Интересно. Hello, I'm Miro. It's my pleasure to be joined by Aleksandr Shimanov, and we are here to cover yet another edition of Russian Superfinal. So it's 74th championship for, well, technically there is a mistake. It's called Men Championship. That's one of the, one of the rare instances where it deserves to be called Open.
An open one.
Right, but yeah, we'll come to this one. And 71st for the women.
Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure and honor to be with you, Miro. So, yeah, indeed, it's a 74th championship, and I think they counted since 1922 or something.
20-something, yeah.
20-something, right.
Well, and it's kind of a new history to have it in, in a super final format, but yeah, it's already quite a few years, and the first was like when Garry Kasparov was playing, like
in 2004. I think. Yeah. But indeed, I think this is the historical event because this is the first time, I believe,
ever,
when a woman participates in the open section.
Yeah. Right. So Aleksandra Goriachkina made it through the qualification stage. It's not like an honorary place, not like a wild card, anything, just straight up through the qualification. Brilliant performance, and yeah, we are waiting for her to perform well in the super final as well.
I was actually participating in the same qualification, and I didn't even come close to make it. And Aleksandra, I think she scored like +3 or something against like 2600 plus opposition, and very, very convincing performance. So I expect you to do well here as well.
Yeah. So. Not that many of the big names participating this year. Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi, the last year's champion, has obviously a good reason to skip this one. He's preparing for the World Championship match. Anyway, when it comes to Russian Superfinal, doesn't matter how you slice it, you're always going to have a very, very tough field of players. So, whom do we have? Andreikin, Matlakov, so two. Andreikin, I believe, is the top seed, right?
He is.
Yeah, so Andreikin facing Matlakov. Ponkratov plays with Aleksandra Goriachkina. Alexander Motilov, who's, mostly a coach nowadays, but still made it through the qualifications. So Alexander Motilov faces Vladimir Fedoseev. Kirill Alexeenko with Alexander Pratkan, Nikita Vitiugov with Max Chigayev, and Andrei Yusupenko, one of the, hopes of Russian youth chess, facing Alexander Rakhmanov. And as well, of course, ladies on your screens, women's tournament, Shuvalova versus Ovod, Giria against Gunina. By the way, yeah, if we think of women's national team, so Giria, Gunina, Shuvalova, so Kostenyuk is missing, obviously, but apart from
As well as Lagno, I believe.
Lagno and Kostenyuk, yeah. Okay, so those two are missing, but still quite a strong field of players. Marina Guseva faces Anastasia Bodnaruk, Kashlinskaya against Galyamova, Garifulina against Daria Voit, known to some as Pustovoitova, and Alina Bivol against Natalia Pogonina. So I want to say, current Russian national team, former members of Russian national team like Alisa Galyamova used to play a lot, of course, for the team, and Natalia Pogonina as well.
Right. A mixed field, but a very interesting one. And you know who they also miss? They also miss Goriachkina in that tournament, right?
Yeah, absolutely. yeah. I mean, it could easily be stronger, this tournament.
Right,
yeah, Goriachkina obviously has the right, and probably she would participate if not for the fact that she's
she
playing.
won the last year, right?
Yeah, if not for the fact that she's playing the other tournament. And I think we can try to start with the game. That's basically, I mean, for those of you who only follow us in English, right? You probably are not aware that me and Alex, we do a lot of commentary nowadays in Russian together. So well, let's call it an established duo, and let's see how it goes with this tournament. All right, so we can start with the games, I believe, and yeah, I can see a pawn on h4 in Motolev's game, and yeah, that's very trendy now. Okay, not perhaps in this particular position, that's quite known. I mean, as soon as we get the board on the screen, you'll be able to see yourself, so that there is like nothing new perhaps with this h4. At least in kind of, as they say, in terms of ideas. In French defense, you almost always want to push this.
Yeah, in French defense itself, and moreover in this exact line, I mean, the h4 is pretty standard, so nothing new so far.
So that's how it came about, a3 and c4. And honestly, I'm not following the theory that closely nowadays, but I remember there were times when this was considered kind of dubious, like c4. Okay, maybe some new ideas found.
Yeah, a couple of things. First of all, I just played a match against Sergei Zhigalko a couple of months ago, and you were the one who commentated on it, right? And this was my main opening. In fact, we had like 4 or 5 games in this line, and this is the line I chose as black. And also, this is the line recommended by Anish Giri in his French course. So this is not a bad one, for sure.
Puts it kind of a quality mark on this one.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, h4, and I don't know if it came as a surprise or Fedoseev considers his options, but yeah, no move after h4. By the way, perhaps worth mentioning the time control. It's pretty standard for the Superfinal. It's 90 minutes for 40 moves and half an hour till the rest of the game, and obviously 30 seconds increment, as they have nowadays almost in every classical tournament. All right, so let's just go one after the other, or maybe let's try to figure out what's on the screen. So bishop on d2, which game? It's Andreikin, I believe.
Andreikin,
yeah. Andreikin with matlakov. And okay, there was a bit of a funny moves order. So right before we've started the coverage, we've paid attention that knight c3, knight f6, knight f3 is not very usual move order, even to get to this position, because I've seen people playing knight c3 against the Petrov, trying to transpose in 4 knights, right? But usually if you start with knight c3, it kind of implies that you want to play it in a style of a Vienna game, or the bishop's opening.
On the other hand, I'm thinking now that maybe it's just a way of confusing your opponent. You know, you play knight c3, you don't lose anything, and yet your opponent may spend like 3-4 extra minutes just to figure out what's going on.
Yeah. So, well, and actually that would be pretty much in spirit of what Andreikin's trying to do in the opening. So he's not kind of well known for deep opening preparation, something. I mean, he's trying to get his play. Right, d4, ed4, takes, and that's obviously has a reputation of very, very solid and I want to say a bit boring line, but bishop d2, and that's might be a bit of a surprise. I mean, probably known as well, right?
It is known, and it's not a surprise for Matlakov, I'm pretty sure. I mean, he's on contrary, he's a big theoretician, so he's for sure aware of what's going on here, but maybe he didn't prepare this line for today's game. So, but yeah, as I said, this line is kind of trendy nowadays.
So, dumb question. What happens if I win a pawn? Okay.
Yeah,
quote unquote,
think
win a pawn.
we just want to take on e4 and play something like queen e2, yeah.
Queen e2, yeah. So if you win the pawn back, you're claiming kind of a better structure, maybe kind of a little bit more active bishop. So perhaps not much, but white is better, right?
Right.
Can as well develop to be something substantial. After bishop f5, you do
rook d1, queen e3, yeah.
Queen e3, playing on dark squares, maybe queen g3, trying to... Yeah, so black has to be somewhat careful in this instance. And taking the pawn like that, I think I've seen this. So bishop f6 is not what they do, right?
I think so.
Bishop f6, it's like kind of too simplistic. Bishop f5, rook d8, and then I think black equalize. I think what they do is actually something like bishop c4 and try to compensate for the pawn with a pair of bishops.
Yeah, so in this line, white is aiming for some positional compensation. It's a bit unpleasant for black to play, but objectively should be fine, of course.
Yeah, and still, a bit of a, I don't know, surprise, confusion for Matlakov. He is thinking here. Okay, maybe just
trying to remember, I guess.
Trying to remember what exactly his file says. That's nowadays how it is. I mean, you repeat before the game, and yet you do not remember. Remember. I mean, it was a long time ago. I was playing chess and preparing for the games, but I remember this weird situation that you've entered the line, and you remember you've prepared a novelty, say on move 15, but how the heck you get to move 15? That's confusing. Then, that was my case. Like confuse something in move 8, get absolutely fresh position, and just play it.
Oh, fresh position is also good by today's standards. Right?
Yep. All right. So that's Matlakov himself, and let him think. Let's see what Goriachkina does. Only 6 moves played in her game. E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, no surprises here. Looks like a Scotch game, Scotch opening, and then bishop C4. Used to be called a Scotch gambit.
I think it is the name, yeah.
Bishop to C5, castles, and then you have this crazy line, right? Knight F6, E5, D5. By the way, I have no idea what happens. I mean, the old theory suggested that this kind of doesn't lose, but probably is bad. Probably is bad. So, kind of the go-to move was d5, and then you take here, right? That so-called Max Lange attack. This one.
I don't remember the name of the line, but it is a
knight g5, and you have. I remember you have to know exactly what you're doing with black. Because say queen f6 loses immediately to queen h5, queen c5, right? This and this. Okay, not very good with those arrows. What you had to do was queen d5, knight to c3, queen to f5, and so on and so on. And now white can't play g4 because this diagonal is blocked, so that you can take.
Right. But this kind of line is actually in Pankratov's spirit, so to say, and
so we would expect him to go for it, right? I mean,
something like that. Yeah, maybe even some c3 gambit,
after knight f6, you also have c3, right?
And he was actually the only one. So first of all, he won the higher league, which was a qualification tournament for this Superfinal, and he was the only one who beat Goriachkina in that tournament.
Okay, so he has some experience.
He has some experience, and he actually won a very convincing game. So, and this is also his style, so to say, in the openings. He usually plays some sidelines, which are not super sound, but you actually need to know how to play against
so
them.
well prepared and tries to kind of create the conflict at the very early stage of the game.
Right.
C3. Okay. So now black has. I don't know if like not reacting to c3 is an option. I thought of knight f6, but then you're just getting a worse position, perhaps,
exactly,
right? And takes knight c3 and so on and so on. Right. So two ways to react: either accept it, and I don't know what happens. I mean, probably white just takes on c3 and plays this position, or maybe if you're a boring person, you can play d3 and maybe get away with it.
Yeah, but this doesn't feel like a principal reaction, right?
Yeah. I believe black has to take and see what happens, right?
On the other hand, knowing Goriachkina, I think she actually tries to avoid the conflict in the opening, especially if he's not prepared here, and I don't think she is. Like, in Matlakov's case, I'm pretty sure he's just trying to recall the lines, and here I think Goriachkina is on her own already.
Already like at move 6, yeah.
So d3 is kind of likely, I think.
D3. I mean, it's not such a terrible position. I can imagine white getting slightly. I'm actually not sure if it's bishop takes or probably bishop takes, right? I mean, you can kind of postpone it, play b4, but still, this pawn has to be taken, right? So bishop d3, then knight f6, maybe.
This actually doesn't look bad at all, right?
Yep.
What's the pawn on c4, c3?
Yeah, like pawn on c3 deprives the knight from this square, and if he goes c4, it feels too slow. Even like bishop g4 at some point, and then control the dark squares. Yeah, so maybe that's playable. I'm just curious: is it a kind of a new addition to Goriachkina's repertoire, this e5? Because I remember her playing Caro-Kann was always on the menu, and some
Frenches?
Some French, perhaps, yeah. Like somehow if someone plays Caro-Kann, you expect him to be able to play the inferior version of Caro-Kann, which is the French defense. I mean, you have the bishop on c8, come on.
But she's been playing e5 lately, so this is not a surprise. In fact, this was the opening in their game in the higher league as well.
Okay, so c3, and I'm like really curious to see if d3 will be played.
It's kind of funny, right, that you play the Caro or the French, and at some point you become an elite player, and you kind of have to start playing e5, right?
yeah. Well, she went for bishop g4,
which is an option, I guess.
And
right?
that's an option, but yeah, kind of perhaps you regret it a bit when your opponent immediately plays queen b3. So you kind of spend some time, in her case, like up to 20 minutes to reach this position. Right. And perhaps with a move like bishop g4, you are trying to deviate. You want to play some, fresh position. And then queen b3 follows instantly, which I don't know what it means if I, say, take on f3. Perhaps it's a check, right? Because otherwise it'll be too late. I'll play knight e5, right? So perhaps it's a check, king f8. Actually, I'm not convinced at all. What's that? I mean, could it be just some inferior line?
This could be a bluff.
From Pankratov side.
Yeah, I mean, he plays this kind of stuff a lot, and usually he gets away with it. But sometimes he gets banished. So.
Yeah, because here I'm not really sure what white wants, right? I mean, if you take, it doesn't look all that scary. The fact that black has lost castles, right, and some 95s, and yeah, perhaps if you play 95, then he'll take on d4, and at least for now protecting f3. But even this position, it's like it doesn't look that terrible for black, right?
Right. Take queen g5, g4 might be the idea at some point.
Yeah.
Right?
So you just take g5, g4. Yeah, looks playable and moreover looks exciting if you ask me. Yep. As early as move 7. All right. There is something we didn't look at all, and one of those games is Alexeenko against Pratkan, where already 15 moves played. But somehow one might be disappointed with those moves, right? Bishop e7 and
I
d3.
think move 3 is a little bit surprising already from Alexeenko, because he's well-known expert on the
Absolutely.
Italian, right?
Bishop c4, and he used to play it like an awful lot in the candidates, in
Everywhere,
before candidates in this World Cup, which was very successful for him. Yeah, Bishop c4 indeed. So Bishop b5, a bit of a surprise, but as you said, like, getting closer to elite level, well, perhaps, I mean, as much as you have to start playing quote-unquote solid opening with black, and perhaps you have to start at least trying to play Rui Lopez from time to time.
Yes.
Knight f6, but, yeah. And then d3. So for now, it's the bishop is on b5, but I'm still playing my Italian. I mean, that's kind of a conversation that goes on. d6. c3, rook e1. Yeah, it's not that different from white's perspective. I mean, you don't really care where the bishop comes to c2 from.
Yeah, I guess we just need to mention that d6 is sort of rare.
Yeah, d6 is not very common, right? Well, and some people, they actually manage to spend a time. Oh, sorry, the pawn doesn't move like that. Yeah, so b5, bishop b3, and some people actually manage to move the bishop to c5 in 2 goes.
Really?
Right? I mean, I think Aronin used to do it. Possibly even here, or like castles and move bishop c5, something like that.
And then after bishop g5, you go back to e7, right?
Yeah, you go h6, bishop h4, and then, okay, I've changed my mind, I go back to e7. Yeah, d3, d6. But it's interesting that, you know, the d6 move's reputation in all those Rui Lopez's is perhaps a bit worse than the move itself, because I remember experimenting with, you know, with Berlin myself, and then, yeah, I mean, I had the idea what to do in the end game, and after d3, I just figured out that d6 is not a bad move, and one of the, you know, the classics of the Berlin defense, and I'm not talking about Vladimir Kramnik, but the player before him, Aleksandr, yeah, famous Belarusian expert on the Berlin. He used to play d6 a lot. Right, so maybe d6 is just a playable option. I mean, yep. So
absolutely. I mean, there was a game, Perugia Carlsen, a couple of years ago, and I think, yeah, it came from that Berlin, and Magnus just played bishop e7 and bishop d7, and just outplayed Alireza. So pretty playable line. Yeah, actually, I played it myself
h6,
as well. So yeah.
d4, e takes, knight takes. Okay, and then it starts to be interesting, right? I mean, it means like you can't really take because e4 is hanging, right? Perhaps that's the point. Well, not exactly. I mean, why don't you take with the pawn is my question. So that if knight takes, is there d5? Question mark. Point being, of course, b5 and bishop c2, right? And both knights are hanging. I don't really see anything for black, because in the game he captures with the knight, black plays b5, knight takes queen d7.
It's funny like how you just calmly said black plays b5 like it's something normal to give up the knight, you know, in one move.
I mean, I've just seen the position which is on the board, and this kind of seems to be fine-ish for black.
I think so.
Not
yeah.
sure.
I mean, clearly this is some kind of theory here. So, b5 is something taking you
like
for sure.
You can play b5 not knowing this move exists, but not like
Not
spending
in couple
5 minutes.
minutes,
Not spending 5 minutes to reach this position. So apparently it was known to the players. Queen d7. Yeah, it doesn't look like you can do much with white. Yeah, but here knight g3. So that's kind of a crossroad, I imagine. Like a part of me wants to play g6. I mean, I see a knight on g3. I want to play g6, but Not sure if it's such a great idea.
Right, and then you can also put the bishop on e6. I think bishop g4 kind of makes some sense.
That's what I was also debating with myself, like bishop g4, f3, and then you go to e6, for instance, right?
And it's kind of hard to explain, but somehow this makes sense to provoke f3, right?
Yeah.
I don't really know why, but it does.
Yeah, and you know, if you want to show like kind of a great understanding, maybe you go to d7, so that in case of bishop e3, you'll have some d5 shenanigans,
and then
you know, then the rook on e file plays. Okay, who knows? Yeah, probably that's too clever to be sound. But anyway, kind of a interesting, fresh. For at least for me, I mean, it's nice not to be a chess player nowadays because all the opening positions look fresh to you.
Right, but to be fair, I think this is something rare. Like definitely not a not one of the main lines.
Then we have a game between Vitiugov and Chigaev, which surprisingly only saw 6 moves played. Started with c4, and I don't know if Chigaev was late for the game, but I've paid attention. Like for quite some time, there was no move from black after c4.
I don't think he was late. I actually saw him a couple minutes before the game, so I think maybe c4 came as a surprise because lately Nikita, you know, he's been playing e4 a lot. d4 is historically his main move, but c4 is also tricky against Chigaev specifically because, I mean, he's one of the very few players who play King's Indian and Greenfield as well.
Which is a strange combination, I want to say. So it depends on your mood or whatever. So you push the d pawn 1 square, 2 squares.
I don't really know how he decides on the opening, but here the move order is clearly designed to avoid the Greenfield, right?
Yeah. And after e4... I mean, e5 move. I mean, it is a good move, right? But as well, it might be an indication that black was not planning to play kind of the real King's Indian. Right?
It is 100%.
So e5, g3, d6, bishop g2, bishop g7, knight ge2, and c7, c5. And that's a pretty bold move, right? Because, I mean, obviously you kind of paralyze the center. So it's no breaks for white, no breaks for black, but white kind of faster with the move of the f-pawn. So knight on f6 is an obstacle. Black won't be able to play f5 that quickly.
Perhaps it looks a bit more pleasant for white, right? Just because the knight is on e2.
Yeah, it's kind of more flexible and therefore looks more pleasant. But yeah, we'll see.
And knowing Nikita, I don't think it was a random choice by him to play g3 on move 4 because d4 I think is by far the most principal move.
Yeah, you usually play d4
and then bishop b4 and some crazy stuff.
Sharp lines, takes knight e4. What they do, queen? Is it queen d4?
Yeah,
queen d4. They take, go to
a5.
a5, perhaps.
Well, maybe we mix something.
C7,
No, I think there was a famous game, Carlsen Caruana, where Magnus castled long at some point, but I can't really recall the move order.
So what we have now is, very calm d3, and it's easy to foresee what white's gonna be doing, right? So it'll be castle. I don't know if h3 is or is not needed, but eventually f2, f4. For black, it's a little bit less clear. I mean, you have quite a few kind of standard moves you can produce without thinking. Maybe a rook b8, a6, and try to play on the queen side. And perhaps the reaction to f4 will be that you just take. Claim that nothing happens.
Well, in any case, I mean, the position seems symmetrical, but in fact, the fact that there's a difference between the knights on e2 and f6, this creates some conflict, and I think the position is actually very complex, and this will be an interesting strategical struggle.
Yeah.
And we have a couple of our friends from from the Russian broadcast, Game News, and Vadim Dubitsky.
So the guys who used to watch us on
our biggest fans, especially Big Game News.
Yeah. So hi chat, and you are more than welcome to ask questions, suggest moves, and so on and so forth. Right, and we have what else? We have Yosipenko playing chess, which is always an interesting thing to watch nowadays. So Andrei seems to be progressing game after game, tournament after tournament. Currently rated 27-20. Yeah, one of the top seeds in this tournament. Okay, and his opponent, Aleksandr Rachmanov, he's around for, I don't know, a good 10-15 years, right? So never, I don't think he ever climbed to 2700, but yeah, it's like a mid 26, 50 for years, right?
Yeah, always.
Yeah, but I mean, on a good day, he's dangerous to anyone.
Oh, he's a very, very solid player and great positional player, I think. And the funny thing is that he always plays this A6 line. I think it's called Yanovsky.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, a Yanovsky defense or something. Yeah, perhaps. I'm getting confused if it's against knight c3 or f3 or knight f3, and does it make a difference? Really?
Well,
because in our case, it clearly doesn't. Because white captured, went knight c3. So
it's still amazing to me how this line is actually not bad for black at all.
Yeah, it's like you play the Carlsbad, which is okay, but to some people seems to be slightly passive, kind of slightly more pleasant for white. And in this Carlsbad, you are trying to prove that the position is solid enough for you to play a6, which is in many lines irrelevant move, and still be okay.
Right. I mean, and sometimes it helps against the minority attack, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not totally useless. It's not harmful in any case, right? But it's up to white to prove that I can, say, build my strategy that a6 will be of no use. Queen c2.
And as I said, this is the main opening for Rachmanov, and
for years. He's
right?
repeating it and so on.
He is totally fine with being slightly worse, but just a solid position. In fact, this is a well-known line, but the pawn is usually on c7. So black can, black claims
so
that
usually the pawn is here, the knight is here.
On d7. Right. And I think actually Vladimir Fedoseev, who is playing here as well, he was the first one to introduce this line in terms of some good players.
Yeah, kind of on grandmaster level.
Right.
And if I'm not mistaken, it happened in Russian Superfinal in Novosibirsk like 5 years ago, something, 2016.
I don't remember where it was. I guess you were commentating for sure, but it was played against Dmitry Kamenko, and at first it looked like a total bluff, but then he actually made it his main opening, at least for that tournament, and it worked out really well for him.
So knight c3, knight f6, bishop g5, bishop e6, this, white played. I don't remember how was
Queen c2.
And then
h6,
that's g5. That's how they made the draw, right? Knight here, bishop e5, and knight back.
g7.
Oh, knight g7. Yeah, exactly. Knight g7, and there is some point to this knight g7, so that now, for some reason, now you want to take on e5. Like you don't want to take immediately, but
I guess your knight doesn't get attacked. So
But anyway, so that's what happened in kind of the first game of this line. Right.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that I played a match against Andrei in May. It was a qualification for the World Cup. And against me, he played the same line as black, but instead of a6, he was playing h6, which is also apparently completely fine. I mean, knight f6, knight c3, and then h6.
Knight f6, knight knight c3.
Knight f6,
knight f6, knight f6, knight c3, and h7, h6.
Right.
Yeah. Even this is playable. Okay, so now Rachmanov with Rachmanov thinking. Yeah, but I'm trying to, okay, let's pretend black just does some usual stuff. Bishop d3, knight d7.
Bishop e7, I'm not so sure. They almost always put the bishop on d6.
On d6, yeah. So, say, knight up, maybe start with bishop d6, whatever. This, and perhaps I have to be clever, right? I mean, if I castle short, I believe they know what they're doing. Right, castle short, they do something like... I'm trying to compare with this other line. It
is actually...
it's sort of a transposition now. Because
almost, because they do play
c6 and so on. Yeah. So what I'm thinking, could it be that I have to be kind of clever h3 and maybe g4 one day? I don't know.
I don't think I've seen this... the g4 idea, but bishop f4 is actually a move
bishop
here.
f4 is the move, yeah, that's right. Once again, from that other line, yeah, and the thing is, if you capture, then this idea of playing f5 is very annoying.
Right. And I actually had a game against Rachmanov in this line like 3 years ago or so, and I think it was very similar. Like at some point I played bishop f4, he played something like queen c7, we exchanged the bishops. And yeah, it looks slightly better for white, but the game ended in a draw, and I didn't really have any serious chance to win the game.
Black has played h6, which is interesting. I'm not sure what's the plan if I just move the bishop.
It's a good question. Well, I guess I start with knight d7. Like I kind of want to play it at some point, anyways.
Yeah, I was wondering if like g5 is ever an idea, but
not without knight d7, right?
Yeah, probably knight d7. Yeah, and if bishop d3, we might as well transpose to these kind of things. g5, knight h5.
Yeah, but here we have bishop d3 and c6 involved, right? So.
Yeah, so it's not exactly the same, you mean? Yeah,
not exactly the same. Feels like it should be in white's favor, right?
Yeah. The controlling the f5 square already helps. All right, so let them think. Let Yusupenko think after h6, and let's just take a quick glance on ladies tournament. What are the positions there? Right. I believe on our screen we see Alina Bivol, one of the players who made it from the qualification stage. Nothing to write home about here on the board, I have to say. Yet another d3 re-Lopez, but this time black actually responds with b5 and then d6.
Which is way more standard.
Yep. Bishop to d7, castles, rook e8, rook e1, h6. Not sure why would you... because you can, yeah, because you can. And white played h3, and h3 is... honestly, I mean, it's once again, it's a standard move, but why don't you start with knight d2 would be my question. Could it be that after h3 you want to play d4 quickly?
I don't think so. I mean, always this d4 stuff looks a bit unprepared, unsound to me when you got the knight on d1, right?
Still on b1. So yeah, like the way to do it for Rui Lopez players, for Gioco Piano players, is you get the knight on g3, and only then you play d4.
But Pagonian must have a great experience here, because this is, for some reason, it feels like players from Saratov play this a lot. And
when you mention players from Saratov, then I'm thinking of 3 times. Is he 3 times Russian champion Tomaszewski? I mean, I think he has a lot of experience facing d3 and specifically in this fashion. I remember
bishop d7,
like having the bishop on d7, and there was some Tomaszewski speciality when he was taking the pawn on a4, and somehow white could not take it back immediately. And I remember there were some games like Swidler, Tomaszewski, and so on. Yeah. Yeah, perhaps there was with the bishop on b3, and some say it's not exactly the same, but you're right. Saratov variation.
I think that's how it's called, like unofficially.
Has
at least.
to be called. Yeah. Okay, some great news. We have a free day here. Day off on October 15th. Right. Okay. So checking other games, we have a game where 17 moves played and even 18 moves played. 18 moves played in the game of Guseva and bodnaruk. Bodnaruk being the devoted, apologete of the King's Indian, right? I mean, bodnaruk always plays the King's Indian, and I believe has decent results with it.
I mean, she's one of the very few players who, started to play it in the very early childhood and, still play it. Because she's from St. Petersburg, as well as I am, and she's the same age. So we actually played a lot, when we were younger, and she was playing King's Indian exclusively, and it looks like it's still the case here.
Is it the thing for St. Petersburg players? Because you do play the King's Indian,
but I started when I was like 16, so I was already.
So it wasn't the first choice.
No. I don't think it's not like in Azerbaijan, let's say, where everyone puts the bishop on g7, right? We don't have this kind of thing in St. Petersburg.
Right. So after e5, actually this line d takes, and bishop g5 used to be considered harmless, but then then there've been quite a few successful attempts from like high-rated players, right? So the thing is, like, you go to d2, and then, well, actually, wasn't it capture on d8 and go to d2? Don't quite remember.
Yeah, there was some game, I think, Carlson Firuja again.
Yeah, there's the feeling. Look, like for some reason it feels like I'm not sure which rook takes here, and then some knight d2, and there is the idea of capturing on f6, going knight, or straight up going knight d5. Yeah.
But to be honest, I never really understood what's wrong with knight takes d5 on move 8 for black. That's how I handle this position, and
you mean here, right? Like when they take, you just take with the knight, and oops, for some reason those arrows do not want to, so just take with the knight.
Yeah, it takes to the knight, and if white goes for the endgame, then it's more or less the same thing, but I always have c6.
You have c6, yeah, exactly.
So I need to be a bit accurate here, but I have some experience here and never really get any trouble.
Alright, so after bishop e6, knight d2 was played immediately, queen went to c8, knight d5, knight d7, so black kinda has to make a few awkward moves. b4, bishop out, rook e8, yeah, that's an important square to guard, because b5 was the case here, yeah, right, yeah, doesn't want to, perhaps something has happened with the thingy. I'm trying to play b5, but yep. Perhaps we'll need some help. Perhaps we'll need some help, because the analysis thingy, the applet, the viewer. That's
reminds me of some other viewer.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking that kind of becomes my pickup line. Whenever something goes wrong, and this program, it doesn't want to work. But yeah, this time it's for real. Something has happened. Help us, people. Yeah, rook e8, of course, was played to guard e7, so that b5 you can actually move the knight. But
yeah. But even if black is okay here, it feels extremely dangerous for black, so that's why I think knight takes e5 is just much simpler for black.
Yeah. Sorry to keep silence, I'm just trying to call for some help.
Yeah. And Zanudo is also in the chat, so
yeah.
Hello.
Hi everyone. Yeah, we've seen Yeah, perhaps it's not that many people in the chat, so those who are, they'll understand what we're talking about, because I've seen personally the moderator from the YouTube chat we are usually on, or YouTube channel we're usually on. Okay, so asking for some help.
Yeah, we need to fix it somehow. Yeah. So game news suggests knight b3 in that position, and I think that was actually played in the game.
The knight is already on b3. Yeah, the pawn's on b5. Okay, you can judge from a
look at the
from a
I mean, we can't really analyze the position right now, but we can. I mean, I was gonna say we can take a look at the clock. We can't even take a look at the clock right now. But I noticed that Marina has 1:34.
So kind of blitzed out all
everything,
those moves.
yeah. And bodnaruk is should already spend more than half an hour.
And correct me if I'm mistaken, but I think bodnaruk is known for her time troubles, right? Or not necessarily.
Not always, I think, but she actually gets extremely nervous when she's in time trouble, and that's her way of behave in such situation from the very early age.
Yep.
And in this case, as I said, looks very dangerous, especially against well-prepared opponent. And I must say, Marina is usually well-prepared. I think she works with some GM coaches, and we can clearly see it, that in the opening she's usually doing really well.
Yeah, I remember I had an experience preparing against her, interestingly. So was okay, not preparing myself, but helping to prepare against her. And yeah, I remember we got out-prepared. It was Women's World Championship back then, so the knockout thing. And yeah, I was helping Natalia Zhukova to prepare against Marina, and we've kind of out-prepared her in one game, had a winning position but failed to win, and then in the other it went other way around and she was able to convert. All right, Sam. Not much can be said. Yeah, so kind of from the looks of it, it looks like a better position for white. I don't know why. I can't really explain, but well, perhaps, to put it into words, you cannot really, I mean, from Maikin's Indian experience, you cannot really tolerate this knight on d5 for long.
Right.
And in this specific instance, it seems hard to play c6. I mean, you play c6, white somehow exchanges, and this c6 pawn will be a target.
I think white just ignores it, and that's the
or
problem.
maybe you just
Yeah.
With the rook on c1, you can't really take the knight on d5. Yeah, you're right.
What, did she just place? Wait, isn't the pawn on c5?
No, the pawn's on c4.
I think there's something on c5.
Something on c5. Maybe it's a shadow.
Shadow of the future pawn on c5.
Yeah, guys, we are rebooting, so the analysis board is coming back. It's coming back really soon. Yeah, bear with us. First day, everything's falling apart, which is a normal environment. Yeah, absolutely, no problem whatsoever. Yeah, it is a pawn on c5. It's a black pawn.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Did you mean the black pawn?
Yeah.
Right. So we can get the viewer back now, hopefully. Right. So after b4, h6, bishop e3, rook e8, guarding this. Knight b3, black plays f5, which he kind of always does, rook to c1, knight d8. And that's kind of a big, ambitious dream, right? Move the knight away, play c6, kick this knight off. Knight from d8 goes to e6 or f7, depending on the circumstances. White goes queen d2, and then, yeah, you figure out that c6, white, as you said, ignores it, captures the pawn, and c takes, just wins the piece back, and perhaps the game for white. So queen d2, king goes to h7, f to d1, c6, b5. Aha, so this is how it came about. c6 and white plays b5, allowing once again a capture on d5, which is not in black's interest. Black plays c5.
Yeah, we should also notice, I just realized that Marina won this higher league with 8.5 out of 9 score. So she just crushed everyone, and if she can play the same way she played in the higher league, she's one of the favorites of the tournament.
Absolutely. Yeah. And the position on the board seems...
She just played a4, right?
Honestly, seems terrible for black. Because the only idea I can think of is that to cement everything, getting the knight on d4, but it requires quite a lot of time. So a4...
a4, a5, a6.
Yeah,
feels very simple, right?
That's pretty straightforward. It's not that black can do a lot about it. I mean, moving the bishop away, in order to prepare knight e6.
Yeah, now
At the very least, runs into queen knight c7, queen d7, and it seems like white wins the pawn on c5 at least.
Right.
Yeah.
So we probably just don't have time for a move like bishop f7. On the other hand, I think we can play knight f7 and just try to be
say
solid.
we are solid. Yes. So a5. Let's say knight. I don't know. Maybe move this guy away.
Rook b8
or
for
rook
example.
b8.
Like
So that a6 b6.
Yeah.
Or maybe in this case a6. You might as well just capture, right?
Right. So, I mean, white's position is very nice, of course, but not that easy to break through. I guess that's kind of a problem here.
Yep. Okay, but yeah, and the time advantage is huge, of course, almost 40 minutes. All right, so that was one of the games, right? Let's quickly catch up with the others. Kashlinskaya with Galyanova. I don't know. I mean, after discussing such a sharp middle game position, this looks like no event game so far.
Yeah,
right?
especially after the move h3.
So d takes c4, a4, e6, which is, I want to say, a tricky way of playing Queen's Gambit accepted. Right? White can try e4, but that's
a gambit.
That's a gambit. That's a sharp one. Yeah. e3, c5, and here we go. It's Queen's Gambit accepted with an extra move on white pawn is on a4, but that's not necessarily an extra tempo, right? Very often you regret weakening the b4 square.
Right.
Castles a6, queen e2, bishop e7, rook to d1, queen c7, h3. Right, so up to that point, I think that's kind of viable. And that's a trick black usually uses with the pawn on a4. They do not really take on d4 too early, right?
Yeah, so the bishop can get out. Right.
Yeah. So not to allow, like bishop g5, not to allow the typical queen's isolated pawn positions. And h3, yeah.
H3 seems really weird. Like, I mean, maybe it's okay, but not the first move to consider, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not that easy to say what do you achieve with h3, because sometimes, you're undecisive of what to do, and say you play semi-waiting, semi-useful move to figure out what your opponent's playing, right? Here, if you let black move, he's going to castle, right? So how does h3 clarifies the situation for you after castle? I mean, you'll start thinking again.
No, I think the only explanation I have here is that she actually wants to play d5.
Yeah, and for some reason doesn't like it here.
And she doesn't want black
to have
to play bishop g4, yeah.
So like this, I don't know, knight takes, for instance, and for some reason bishop g4 scares you off, even though
it kind of makes sense. Let's say if h3 castles, right?
Ah, you mean, so let's imagine, yeah,
Right.
h3, castles, d5, all that. Yeah, and black's bishop is somewhat restricted in this case. Like bishop f5 runs into
E4?
e4,
Yeah.
perhaps, yeah.
I mean, even that position is
Yeah,
probably just fine for black.
It's
but-
always tricky, right? Like I mean, all those structures. I mean, all we know about this structure that if you get the knight on e4 against the dark square bishop, then your name is Petrosian and you're playing against Botvinnik.
Right,
That's the famous game from the World Championship match, right? But very often those structures are also playable, right?
Yeah, but I don't think we could expect anything like that from Galemo. She's way too classical. of a
Too
player for
solid
that,
of a player. Yeah. Right, anyway, so this doesn't look like anything critical. We can move on. Garifulina with Daria Voigt. That's something that you should explain to our audience. It's a Caro-Kann.
I'll try. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my favorite position in Caro-Kann because as the way I see it, without great expertise, is that you have c5 and you have other moves. I mean, okay, the other moves vary. Yeah, all of them obviously played with slightly different ideas, but I mean, if you're a serious guy or girl in this instance, you have to play c5. Bishop e3, queen b6, knight to c3, knight c6. All that is some long and very sharp theory.
Yes,
right?
and more or less straightforward, more or less forced. And here, besides knight d5, there is also rook b1, which is kind of trendy nowadays, I think. Queen c3, rook takes b4, and this endgame is, I guess we could call it a draw, but black needs to be precise, and then b6.
That? Yeah, there've been examples white winning, right? Like recently, I don't quite remember who that was. Don't recall. I mean, you're supposed to take. I mean, in some order, you're giving check. I think you take f5, you play some bishop d3. I mean, that's. I mean, it's pretty random set of moves, but. Yeah,
I mean the main idea for why, at least it used to be the main idea, is to play rook b3, rook c3. Yeah, but also recently there's some g4, f4 stuff. So there is some development in this line. Black is objectively fine, but that's the problem with this c5 line. That it's like playing the Grunfeld or the Najdorf. You need to know everything in order to get a good position.
You're fine if you remember all the moves,
right? And if you're a Caro player, you're usually a lazy one. So. It's not for you to memorize tons of the lines,
Rook to b3, which is once again the move, right?
Yeah.
Knight to e7, a check, knight b7, bishop b6, and knight back to d6.
Yeah, now I think bishop a5 is the move, and in fact,
you don't really care that you've lost the pawn.
No. Yeah, it doesn't really matter because you're actually threatening d4 now, and. I mean, there are a lot of games, including 2 of my games, I think, which finished after knight b7, bishop b6. Yeah.
All right.
So, Leah is... No, now it's Daria who's thinking.
Yeah,
right?
it's Daria who's thinking.
I mean, the problem is if she doesn't know it and she somehow doesn't find bishop a5, then black could be just lost here very quickly. So... It's still very, very sharp, but as I said, objectively fine for black.
Yeah, probably has to find bishop a5 because otherwise it's not really clear how you untie all this knot of pieces, right? Like the king on f8 is of course a huge problem, and how do you get this? Where do you get this?
I mean, g5, king g7.
Yeah, it's kind of
standard.
g5, king g7. Yeah, not even g6, king g7, g5, king g7.
Yeah, but to be honest, it's extremely strange to see a player, entering this line, and this is like the main line, and this is just the beginning of the theory, to be honest. And she's already thinking. So, like, practically speaking, I don't really understand what's the point of playing such a sharp stuff if you, not aware of the mainstream theory, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to recall who the player was. It was, I think, could it be that it was Boris Savchenko? So once in my life, I was really impressed. I mean, I was impressed a lot by chess players, chess games, and everything. But there was a player who entered bishop g5 poison pawn variation with black, apparently not knowing what he was doing.
I mean,
so kind of spending time,
yeah.
which suggests that, I mean, you might as well resign right now. I mean, and he found everything. That was amazing.
This does sound like Boris Savchenko, yeah. And since he does it a lot, once I played the Grunfeld Rook B1 line, the one which is very popular nowadays, right? And I was extremely surprised that he actually knows the theory. So of course he made an easy draw because he knew everything, but it was really surprising to me.
Okay, so anything... let's not forget Goriachkina, two teammates of Russian national team, and playing each other. Queen b3 in the Slav. By the way, Gunina back to her Slav. She was experimenting, flirting with other openings. I think she was trying like this Nimzo Queen's Indian combo, and it didn't go very well. So back to Slav. D, C4. Yeah, I used to play this stuff a lot, both Queen C2 and Queen B3, which is in fact not so subtle difference, but of course it doesn't really make any difference which square you take on c4 from. Bishop g4. Used to play knight d2 here because I'm a chicken. I didn't want my pawn structure to be ruined. Knight c3, and it turns out it was never a plan, right, to ruin the pawn structure, because what happened was knight d7, bishop f4, e6, e4, and even then black doesn't take it.
But that's basically accepting a slightly worse position, right? At least the way I see
Bishop
it.
e2, yeah, castles, yeah, it does look like, okay, but white gets what he wants, right? So the pawn center, h3, bishop h5, queen b3, queen b6, f to d1, black swaps himself on b3 and goes a6. Yeah, those last moves are interesting.
Yeah, why would we allow black to take on b3, right?
Yeah, that's... I mean, perhaps queen on c4 is... I mean, I'm not sure. It kind of could be awkward, right? So if you've played queen b3, queen b6, maybe just skip it. You're not afraid of bishop g6 yet, I suppose. Maybe you're... Maybe that's an actual pawn, right? Maybe that one is an actual pawn. Queen d4, rook d1, right. Queen back to b6.
Actually, bishop g6 also seems a bit unpleasant.
Yes,
c5
so maybe,
stuff. So
yeah, so maybe like if you want to keep the queens, you do not play queen b3 at first place, right?
But at least now it makes sense, right? So
yeah, queen b6, fd1. The only idea I can think of in this position, but it actually has to be in a bit different fashion. The bishop has to be. Perhaps you're aware of like getting the knight on a5, and when they guard this pawn with the rook from d7, we take and somehow get two minor pieces against the rook. I can try to to imitate how this line comes about. It's bishop f5, and say we play g3. Oops, no, not e5. Yeah, e6, bishop g2. I mean, just to show what line I'm talking about. Castles, knight c3, knight d7. Here you have famous rook d1, bishop c2 resigns, because the rook is hanging and knight b6 traps the queen. But if you're a little bit more careful and also knowledgeable, you can play what? You can play that, and there was some funny line, knight d2. So you want to play knight c4, and if black does something like this, here takes. I think even like knight b6, knight a5, rook d7 takes.
Why is it so great for white?
Because it's awkward for black. Bishop,
you don't
bishop
even
takes, and somehow Maybe I'm mixing up the position, but I remember you were supposed to win a7 pawn by force.
Oh.
Like if they go rook b8, you actually play bishop f4. You do not take on b7 immediately, so you annoy them to death, and then eventually win the a7 pawn. But nothing of the above is relevant in our case. So
I mean, it's kind of relevant in the sense that knight a5 is indeed a very standard idea here.
If the knight ever gets to a5, it's awkward for black to protect the b7 pawn.
But I think g4 was played exactly to play knight d2 on the next
knight
move,
d2
right?
and then f3, so kind of switch this bishop off for the time being, and then maneuver the knight to c4. Yeah, knight e2 played.
So in fact, if white gets to play two moves f3 and knight c4, it looks very bad for black, right?
All of a sudden it looks really, really scary for black.
Yeah.
So now the question would be, what, c5? Bishop b4 doesn't really help, right? I just play f3, right?
Yeah.
So if black is to do something, it's c5 or bust, right? c5, and then what do? We probably play, do we?
Yeah, I guess we have to, right? Or what else?
Yeah, we have to play. I have to play d5, takes, and we take with the pawn, and
Interesting position.
God knows what's that, yeah.
But
there is a subtle hint to the bishop c2 whenever you play knight c4, but it might be not an issue for white whatsoever.
I also want to play like d6 bishop f3.
Yeah, d6
white,
bishop
right?
f3 is the thing. It's actually a very complex position now that I'm thinking of it.
On the other hand, like, how do we actually stop that d6 biship f3?
Yeah, maybe it's just bad for black, right?
Yeah.
So complex stands for like problematic for black. Rook
Complex
e8, d6,
slash lost,
that, and you are very sad now because b7 is hanging. And I mean, just to illustrate, I mean, there is a scenario where I just go knight c4, give this pawn away, right? Rook d2, you take, and some knight a5.
Yeah. And we don't even have to do this, right?
Yeah. So yeah, looks promising for white, this one.
Yeah. I mean, game news suggests not to hurry with c5, but as we said, if not c5, then f3, knight c4, and this is looking really bad for black.
Yeah, and the thing is that after, I don't know, rook e8, f3, there might be cases when you go c5, and even after a swap on c5, white is better because this is off currently, and the knight on f6 is slightly misplaced. I mean, probably not in this case, right?
Could
so
be this case as
perhaps
well,
rook e8 makes sense. Wait a second. Rook e8, f3, e5. Let's be tactically inventive. I mean, I don't know if it leads to good position, but at least something goes on.
It looks fancy. Yeah.
Point being, Kopcha can actually take with the knight, and if bishop takes, then it's a check, and rook takes e5.
f4, f5 wins.
Yeah, and then we go king g2 or king f1, and we play the ugly-looking f4 move, and we win. I wanted to say we win the exchange, but maybe we win the game, right? So rook e4 we can still play. We can actually take. With this horsey. So if the bishop takes, it's g5. If the knight takes, it's f5, and then we somehow win a lot of material.
Bad news for black.
Yeah. So our expert analysis says white is better here. That's the conclusion. All right. Anything we did not check yet? Yeah. Polina Shuvalova, once again one of the Russian national team representatives, and I'm not even sure what board she's currently playing. I mean, she's rated quite high.
She's over 2500.
Yep.
And I think she's board 5 or so in the
Still, yeah.
I think she's in top 10 in the world, actually. Or like top 12 or something like that.
Yeah.
And I lost to her as well. So.
Very impressive.
Yeah, I know. She's
very impressive. And that's, her opponent, Evgenij, she's very experienced participant of Russian Superfinals. Never made it by rating, but quite a few times from the qualification. And here, one could have thought that it'd be a Berlin. And technically it is a Berlin, but bishop e7. Bishop e7.
That's called Rio de Janeiro.
Brazilian or no? Hang on a second. Rio de Janeiro is the variation in what? In there was the,
Exactly here. No, something like rook e1, knight d6, bishop c6, b takes c6.
could be. Yeah. B takes, pawn takes, knight b7.
Knight b7, right.
Yeah. I remember that.
Vladimir
Position-
Malakhov used to play this.
Position
a lot,
of this knight on b7. Yeah. So queen to e2, knight d6, almost the same, but not quite. Yeah. c4, knight c3. White does all the reasonable stuff. f6, rook to e1, knight to c5. Bishop f4. Seems like you're inviting knight e6. Exchange and bishop g3. You know what? I like black. Like black in this position.
I think it's kind of concrete.
Yeah, it's
so-
yeah. I mean, obviously you have to look for stuff. But what I thought, is it that bad if I'm taking and playing c5? I mean, what's the punish? Because if I mean end up building, I think I'm just fine. Yeah. So what's the punish? Maybe some queen d3 in order to have queen d5.
But I don't have to rush with d6, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just play bishop b7, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, after queen d.
Or rook b, maybe like rook b1. Well, then d6 might be fine. D6, rook 8. So my point
No,
was that the bishop on g3 is not doing much, in fact.
I mean, that actually deserves some serious consideration, I think. Taking
Yeah,
on
because
c3.
if you don't take the knight e4 with the tempo, and somehow white gets, I mean, a lot of stuff in the center, right? Like in immediate c5.
Even then, I mean, knight e4, maybe I can just play bishop
Yeah, knight
e7.
e4, and then, yeah.
So,
So perhaps the destiny of this beautiful bishop on f6 is to be exchanged for this knight anyway, right? I mean, even if you play c5 and knight d5 or knight e4, you're probably not trying to save it, but just play bishop b7.
but like, if you want to exchange the bishop, if you're okay with exchanging the bishop, you want to take on c3,
take,
right?
yeah. Exactly. Then just take on c3. All right, so that'll be it for the ladies' tournament, I believe. We've at least checked everything. Bodnaruk is still thinking.
Your position
be-
isn't fun.
Wait
for
a
sure.
second. Could it be the case? Because I think nothing has. So now so that's how this thing works. So she started thinking, like before our beautiful analysis board went down, and she was already on 55 minutes or
Right.
something. So she spent another 20 plus minutes and went knight f7.
Which we thought was...
Which we thought was
One of
the,
the
the way
best moves.
the way to play.
Yeah.
Maybe still not ideal for black, but certainly the way to play.
I mean, actually, after knight f7, we have a plan of playing e4 and then knight e5. And it's not like
It's black.
It
yeah.
does a lot, but at least it looks sexy.
It does
right?
does something. Yeah. Yeah, and you're just on time. Say in case of knight a5. I mean, if knight a5 was the thing, why did I play a4? Because the knight was on d8. Yeah. Knight a5. No, that's an ugly move. A5. Maybe that's what I do.
Yeah,
A5,
no, rook b8, and that's the line we consider.
Rook
right?
b8, yeah, and then not a6 but b6. Maybe
Yeah,
that's what
I was
that's
thinking
what
about
I'm
it, but
looking
am
for.
I afraid of sacrificing the change here? So I take on b6, right?
Take on b6, and I thought maybe this pawn, like a take with the knight, a take with
No,
the pawn,
takes,
and maybe c5 falls.
So if bishop f8, you just go like queen a.
Yeah, like
five?
queen a5. And the b5 is interesting. No, wait a second. I was about to say b5 is a nice square, but then it's knight here, and it goes and goes again and again.
Queen c5.
Queen
I
c5,
mean,
you
the line goes on,
take,
right? Takes and then b7 is
the
hanging.
mess goes on, yeah. That bishop b7. Actually, white's winning here. Now I come to realize that white is winning. Don't know how, but he has
Somehow,
to be.
yeah.
He has to be. All right. So knight f7. But if I can say something about this position, it's it's nice to be prepared to such an extent that you have this position with white after 19 moves, and you're still on, on 1 hour 30. So basically, everything prepared or, according to your plan.
On the other hand, very often I see this that one of the players is very well prepared and has like an extra hour on the clock, and once he actually starts thinking, he spends like 15 minutes or so on his or her next move and makes something stupid. So
yeah, that's well, probably you still remember him. I think he's not playing for a few years. Andrei Volokitin used to be like that. So the guy, I mean, he was a genius, of course, in when it comes to preparation and also like attacking chess. He was a great could calculate great. But interestingly, I mean, my experience, I have a terrible score against him, but I saved quite a few like dead lost endings. Just because, I mean, at some point you have to stop calculating, you have to start playing. And his approach was he would blitz out 20 moves, and then he would try to calculate till the end. Yeah. Yeah. So those type of players, they're very interesting, and I believe even in the very elite, sometimes you have this kind of examples. Like Shak used to be like that.
I mean, I think yesterday or 2 days ago there was a game, Dominguez Caruana, where Caruana was like 45 minutes ahead on the clock after the opening, and then in like 3-4 moves he just got a lost position. He managed to save it somehow, but still.
Yeah. All right, so in the Open tournament, from now on, let's call it this way, I think all the games reached, some stage. At least I can see 3 games in a row where white played Queen E2, Queen D2, Queen D2. So that means like you've developed other stuff. You've probably castled by that point. Right. Let's once again check men's tournament. Starting with Andreikin and Matlakov. Andreikin, as we had the suspicion, had some idea. Bishop c3, bishop c3, d e4, and here we said bishop c4 was the idea, but not for Andreikin, who captures here, and not bishop f5, but queen b2, bishop c6, rook b1. This looks like an attempt to make a comfortable draw to me, to be honest. Rook d8, king f8, rook b8. I mean, are you really serious about it? Rook e8. Threatening a checkmate, by the way.
No, I think this game will finish.
It's just a draw, yeah. Like you probably push the h-pawn and bishop a6, and that's it, yeah. That's it. So just an attempt to, I mean, maybe kind of tested his opponent a little, which sometimes is the case nowadays. You do not have any specific idea against your opponent's opening, and you decide, okay, let's go for the sideline, let's try to surprise. If it doesn't work out, okay, I have a draw. Pankratov with Goriachkina. Let's see if our intuition was to the point. Bishop g4, queen b3, and Goriachkina played queen d7, so kind of not really going for bishop f3 for the mess, right?
Yeah, she's solid, right?
She's solid above anything else. Yeah, yes. She's solid above anything else. Knight to d4, knight a5, making sure that she gets the bishop pair, knight e7. And looking at this position, yeah, I don't think black has all that many problems here.
Any problem at all. And the only thing is that she's behind on the clock now, but I think chess-wise, position-wise, I think she's doing great. Right? This is like the best you can get when you face some unexpected gambit line or something like that.
Yeah, specifically if you want, if you want the game to continue, because maybe there was the line like everything, your opponent knows everything, it peters out to a draw, right? But if you want a fight, then perhaps something like that. Yeah, here it gets interesting. So f5. Now if you let black have the d5 square, then black might as well just be better. So white goes d5, bishop to f7, knight c3, fe4, queen e4, Rook here, a6. It's all about black being or not being able to win the d5 pawn, right?
It's kind of interesting. It feels to me that this position is in both players' style somehow. You see what I'm saying? Like, it is sort of positional because there is a weakness on d5 and black is super solid. On the other hand, the king is a bit exposed, and that's where
Pankratov used to shine, usually.
Yeah.
Right.
But if I have to bet, I would say Goriachkina is not losing this game. Looks like black is completely fine.
Yeah, once again, if I'm sort of scared with black, I can always go knight f5, I think, just take it, and looks quite solid, right? I mean, so the question is,
approach the games against Goriachkina. Like, do they think that they need to win this game?
Yeah, that's interesting. We had a discussion. I mean, it's kind of full disclosure mode. We had a discussion with Alex, right? You told me you had a bet with someone that she's not finishing last.
Last two. Yeah.
Which still seems to be like a plus EV to me.
I hope so.
I mean, and then I was thinking it really depends on the kind of a perception of the other players. Because when she was playing the qualification, with all due respect, you are trying to qualify yourself, and then you play Aleksandra Goriachkina, who's, I believe, lower rated still, even though she's rated 2600. But
as for now, before that she was below 2600.
So and then somehow psychologically you want to play for a win. You perhaps pushing a little bit too much, and that's exactly what she loves. I mean, being solid, wait for opponents' mistakes and capitalize on them nicely. But here, like, if all those players, if they learn their lesson, right, not to rush, and then they just try to be objective at first place, then maybe it'll be much tougher.
Yeah,
for her
they should just approach
well.
this as a game against a very strong grandmaster. I think that's it, because in this qualification she beat Bredke when she played some Benoni crazy stuff, which she never plays, and then in the last game Sarana also went crazy for no reason at all. And got punished for it. So
okay, so we can move on to Motilov and Fedoseev, this complex French, which no longer looks all that blocked as it used to look. After h4, knight h6, rook h3. Tell me all the secrets. I mean, do they follow the correct moves?
Not my theory, at least. So
bishop e7, b3. Takes knight b3, bishop a4. Bishop a4 always was kind of the trick in this. So that makes it a little awkward for white. This knight goes to d2, castles, bishop d3, f6, and then you use the moment that white can't untie the pieces for now. Motilev says I can. Queen h5. What's that? What's that? If this is taken. You just take h6, right? Take h6. You also have the rook. Yeah. That's just silly. Queen h5, bishop e8, queen e2. So at least we force the bishop back to e8. F takes e5.
It looks like black is completely fine. At least that's my first impression here.
Unless some, I don't know what, knight c5. What's your move after knight c5? You just play queen c6 or something, yeah?
Queen c6, queen d6 maybe, yeah.
Because if we take here...
I mean, I just, like, logically speaking, I don't see any reason for black to be worse, right? Like, maybe there's some concrete stuff for white, but... I don't think so, right? Doesn't feel
it's
so.
like, doesn't really look... wait a second. What happens if I play that? So let's say I wanna take on h6. I don't know where it leads, but just to check. So queen c3 is an option. Yeah, bishop d2 and go to c7 perhaps. Yeah, and maybe it just leads nowhere, right? I mean, I give a check, you go to h8, and it's nothing.
This is safe for black.
Yeah. Queen g4. You have bishop f6. You can actually grab on a3. Yeah. Queen e2, fe5. Yeah, perhaps Fedoseev just solved all the problems. And by solving all the problems, that's your way to be better in this position. I mean, usually it's not like, fully symmetrical thing when you've solved the problems in Berlin with rook e1 and it's about the time to agree a draw, right? Here, the game only starts for black when you've solved all the issues. So,
I like the opening choice by Fedoseev. I think his style is to play this kind of, very complex with a lot of pieces, and everyone attacks each other, so this does feel like his cup of tea, right? This type of position.
Right, yeah. And knowing Aleksandr Motolev quite a bit, I have to say that, I mean, it's not like he doesn't like those positions. I mean, that's kind of his favorite thing himself as well. But he's very likely to try to calculate them out till the very end, and therefore might get into time trouble, And nobody's getting younger.
And I think he's great when it comes to attacking his opponent, but he doesn't feel, at least that's the way I feel, he doesn't feel that confident when he's being attacked, right?
Right. Being brilliant attacking player, in fact, has its, drawbacks, right? Because you see all the danger that comes from your opponent's attacks, and then you're scared. And when you're scared, you tend to spend more time and play maybe second-rate moves just to avoid those dangerous positions. That's what that's what struck me once when I've seen how Peter Leko analyzes chess. Because I mean, I mean, in our childhood, I mean, I'm more or less same age as him, and my youth, let's say, he came very high, very early. Like I know Peter Leko, one of the elite players, but he makes draws all the time. He's trying to be solid. And I thought, okay, he's probably a boring player, but not a hint of it. I mean, when it's so amazing how much sharp variations he can see during the game. It's just that the sense for danger. So players who play sharper chess, they just don't understand chess. I mean, that's my final line. Yeah, so I'm generally impressed by Peter Leko's chess understanding. I don't know why this speech came exactly in this moment. All right, let's move on. Alexeenko against Pratkan, and here we were discussing this position. We were thinking of bishop g4 to include it, or to play bishop e6 immediately, and I mentioned g6, which perhaps is not a terrible idea. Bishop g7, queen d2. Yeah, and here it's always this, it's always the thing in the Ruy Lopez. Once you've played h6, right? King h7. That's what I would do if not for the bishop on c2. I mean, the diagonal is blocked, but still it feels awkward, right? I mean, and you immediately start considering, like, he'll play h4, h5, and he'll checkmate me. And the other thing, when you play h5, maybe that's good in this position, right? But in what's this line called? In Breya variation, right? That's typically how you get in trouble. You play h5, and then the h pawn is not going anywhere, and white eventually kind of sacrifices on h5 checkmate.
Yeah, but that structure is different.
Yeah,
right?
Of course, that's different here. The pawn on h5 actually kind of makes sense. Yeah, and h4 might as well be included in the right moment, and quite possibly this right moment is straight up here,
h4,
rather
h3,
than
so
h4, h3, then this thing with h4 and playing knight h5 in some cases. Yeah, looks like black is enjoying a very comfortable position here, to be honest.
I mean, that's how you play chess nowadays, right? You just push h4, h3, and then you start thinking.
Yeah, you watch Grishuk's video about the alpha zero pawn, and then you, how exactly was it called? Like alpha zero pawn before alpha zero, or something like that. Right. Yeah, so black.
Yeah, to be serious, I think anything can be played, and it looks like black is totally fine.
Yeah. it's not even clear like what's if white is given some time, like what's his ideal pieces placement is, right? Okay, I mean I can imagine king probably goes away from this check. I can imagine rook going to d1, but what's next?
Bishop h6,
Yeah,
g5.
Yeah, bishop h6, trying to swap the bishops, and maybe still play towards the king side.
Yeah.
But with such an open center, usually black has to have enough contemplate.
I like black, but at the same time, I can't really say that I dislike white. I think it's just a balanced position.
Just a game. Yeah. All right, so we move on to Vitiugov and Chigayev here. This what we've called the conflict. So everything the same, but the knights are differently placed, and that gives white a chance for an early f4. h3 was played. Castles 98, and this 98 feels even worse than when the knight was on f6. I mean, maybe it was.
No, but this is super standard, right? That the knight goes to c7, a6.
Yeah, but what I wanted to say, like you admit by playing 98, maybe that's the best move in the position. But at least you admitting that the knight on f6 was misplaced, right? So that's
right. But you kind of need to move your f pawn as well.
Yeah.
But what's a bit confusing to me is that why would white play h3 so quickly? If we do the same thing without h3. Once
so
black goes
castles, and we play f4, and here, right, unless there is something with...
But then I go h3.
Okay, so if I take, and supposedly you take with... Let's pretend you're trying to keep it as in the game. Can I somehow punish you for not defending the g4 square? The answer is I don't know. Because knight g4, you're absolutely right. h3, I don't see any kind of attacking prospects for black, so the knight will have to go back. Well, maybe sometimes what they do, they go bishop g4. In case of h3, they put it on h5, and it's kind of safe for now.
Well,
but once again,
for one move, I think it's safe after queen e1, knight g3.
Queen e1, maybe knight b4, right? So even queen d2. Looks awkward, but sometimes they actually play queen d2, right? That knight g3, then the queen can go to f2. Yeah. So if there is anything to criticize, it could be that white could have spared the tempo on h3.
It's like one of the most natural moves in the position, but maybe because of you spending time on that move, you're wasting wasting time here. You don't get any advantage.
Yeah, right. It's like trying to get the f4 in the most secure, most comfortable way. But then you have to meet the f5 thing. And this kind of hanging center, it's very tricky. It comes a lot from with white's pawn on c2, right? From the closed variation of the Sicilian. And I'm yet to recall a case where white has the way to kind of comfortably break this tension. So you practically never want to take on f5.
Yeah, and honestly, I would feel uncomfortable for both. As black and as
annoying.
white.
With black you don't want to take, with white you don't want to. We want some clarity here.
Exactly.
So do you want to take it or not? Knight g3 and rook to b8. So at least it's clear what black is doing. Yeah. So he secures the knight on d4. He wants to play b5. f5 is well protected, and the more I think of it, I actually kind of admit that I think black's position is fine.
Right.
Absolutely fine. Yeah.
Also, we should mention that Chigayev has great experience in all these King's Indian positions, and I don't recall Vitiugov being that great of a King's Indian player.
Yeah, that's right. So what you're absolutely. So he started as the d4 player. I mean, that used to be his main weapon for years. Then recently he plays a lot of e4, right? But to be an expert in this, you actually have to be a boring guy like myself. So you have to play c4 like half of your life, knight f3, c4, whatever. And then you kind of starting to get the grips of what how to fight the knight on d4 or not by not fighting it at all.
Although recently I think he started to play King's Indian as black, And
There is
this is quite curious. On the other hand, I don't think he just had enough time to get enough experience, as much experience as Chiga.
you know, the time comes in every man's life then you have to play a game of King's Indian. I mean, and feel all the pain.
Well,
for those who do
tell
it.
it to MVL.
MVL, yeah. I mean, I do have a bit of criticism for MVL's opening choices, if you ask me. Okay, and I've switched to Yosipenko and Rakhmanov, and you can hardly guess what opening that was if we would not see it previously. So after h6, that's interesting. Yeah, h6, and we were trying to figure out what's the idea. If bishop goes here, bishop goes there. Bishop f4 was played, and c5. And what's that? Takes on c5. So that's one of those kind of quote-unquote normal positions. The isolated pawn. I mean, nowadays the most common way of getting it would be I don't know. I call it Grishuk's line, which probably is not correct, right? Takes and takes on d4. That's what they do, right? Queen takes. I don't know. Hang on a second. How's that? Ah, yeah, queen takes and then not to take on d5. That's how they do it. Or by that point you have to have the knights here, right?
Yeah, but I think Grishuk actually sacrificed that pawn.
Yeah, he does sacrifice this pawn, yeah. No, but, I mean, Grishuk has this position in Wesley Saw from time to time has this position. So here you can play e4
Right.
and this long theory endgame, which some people hold, some people just just know how to make a draw here. And the other line for white is to go bishop g5. After that, move the queen to a4, d3 or d1 question mark, and then play e3. I don't know, d4 as well. Always confusing. Anyway, what I was trying to say, that this looks like a normal shape of position where black spent an extra tempo on playing c6 and then c5, so pawn went to c5 in 2 goes. The bishop captured on c5 in 2 moves.
No, black didn't play bishop d6, right?
Ah, yeah, hang on, he didn't. Yeah, he didn't. You're right. Yeah, you're right. So bishop actually captured in 1 go. Right, white has the queen on c2, which probably isn't ideal. So the queen usually in such positions, I mean, it can be a temporarily stand, but eventually the queen will have to move. Castles, rook c8, a to d1, queen e7, knight e5, castles, knight takes, and rook takes.
This is amazing. Like, you just play a6, h6,
And still get the decent position.
Looks totally fine for black, I think.
Yeah. And yeah, interesting how we... I don't know if it was computer influence or maybe we humans are smart, but how we re-evaluated all those queen's isolated pawn positions, right? Because you can defend it in such a many ways. Even like the most terrible version, when you exchange the bishops, you let the guy put the knight on d4, and it's still like a dead draw nowadays, right?
Although I've seen a game couple of weeks ago between some 2 strong GMs. I don't really remember who it was, and yeah, they got exactly this terrible quote-unquote isolated pawn position, and white actually won it. And I was it was so surprising to see white actually winning this game.
Yeah, so nowadays we are surprised. Like in old books, like Nimtsovich would say that naturally white must be winning. And if you do not win such, you just don't have the technique, right? And nowadays, you're actually surprised if someone manages to convert this great positional advantage. So the only piece of kind of knowledge bomb that I can drop, I mean, if you get something like this is where it gets interesting with the bishops only, right? And especially like let's play a few more silly moves. I mean, I don't know, those are random. This is a classical one once again. I mean, that's known. Botvinnik, I don't remember, Zagoryansky, was it? Yeah. So like you triple on the d file, and queen doesn't have to be the first. So that's like rook on d4, then possibly queen on d2, other rook on d1, and vice versa, and then you start moving the g pawn, the h pawn, trying to create a second weakness. in Botvinnik notes, he explains that that's kind of a winning plan, which is not necessarily 100% true, but still, that's something to, to check, to admire, and to make some conclusions off of. Yep. So that's it. But here, like very often, knight e4 leads to a draw as well. I mean, you drop on e4, you take on a2 or b2, or don't take at all, but have two bishops on e6 and f6, and then it's still a draw. Yeah, that's really amazing.
And black can play knight e4, I think. Black doesn't have to. Like any normal move is fine. I mean, it's fine to move right now. But
yeah, it's fine to move, but
bishop b4
bishop b4
may get a bit annoying for it, right?
Yeah, so maybe you have to pay some attention to this bishop b4. Queen b1 is one of the ways,
but that's
then
not how you fight for the advantage, I think. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, still bishop b4. Actually, where do you put the knight?
Still bishop b4. Yeah, like if it's bishop e5.
But then maybe I don't know. I was gonna say knight g4. It doesn't really work, but okay. Yeah, you still have this bishop b5.
Maybe maybe that's one of the rare cases where.
The funny thing is that even if I would say take on c3, play knight e4.
That's what I thought. I mean, even this, like you are so happy you have two bishops, right, and everything, and it's damn hard to prove that you have any.
Very, very hard.
Yeah, bishop d4, and especially like in this case here, that you can go bishop f5 after bishop d3, bishop g6, and very likely to swap these bishops.
Or even rook g6 maybe.
Or maybe you're getting a bit ambitious in this game. Yeah, and you
h5, all this stuff.
Maybe rook g2 next. Who knows?
Could be.
Yeah, like you play e3. I think. I mean, I don't know if it's any relevant, but I think this might work. Question mark. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not yet. Nah.
Yeah, I don't think it's.
No, it's a bit too fanciful. Yeah. But yeah. All in all, black's position is fine, and that proves that Aleksandr Romanov is a very very, very solid player, exactly as you've mentioned.
Well, yeah, that's not a surprise. The surprising part, at least to me a little bit, is that, as I said, Rachmanov plays this line exclusively, and Yusupenko is well known as big opening expert, and if he couldn't really find anything, that's some bad news for white.
Yeah, that kind of implies that even such a strange-looking line is just good. I mean, just solid. But imagine, imagine how many times would you be criticized? So far, you've played 5 pawn moves. Then, for a change, you develop a couple of pieces, and then you play. So that's 6. That's 7. So out of 9 moves, you've played 7 moves with the pawns, and you equalize pretty much easily. Yeah. Also, you've spent the tempo here. You played a6 and h6. That's what beginners, amateur players, getting a lot of criticism for. So you play those pawns. I mean, why do you should develop the pieces? No, you should play like Rachmanov and equalize against 27 players.
Yeah, we definitely shouldn't show this game to any of the kids.
Yep. Okay, no, that's not yet the position. Yeah, rook c6, and Yusupenko is thinking. What I'm surprised with is Andreikin and Matlakov are still playing. Rook b8, rook 8, h4, and maybe this bishop a6 is not a straight up draw for some reason, like rook b4, rook a4.
Yeah, rook b3.
So what Matlakov does is bishop f5, captures on c2, rook c7, bishop e4. I mean, it is a draw, of course.
I think it's just a dead draw. I mean,
I mean, if you take on a7, it's of course it's like nothing to talk about, right? I mean,
but if you don't, what's your plan?
There is no plan.
I mean, if you move the bishop away, I can just play rook e7, so you can.
Yeah. You can. I mean, so that's kind of a legit way to just to avoid any 30 moves restrictions or anything. Yeah, just rook e7, check, and rook back to c7. So The game is still going, but it won't be going for long.
Yeah, this is the first game where the result is kind of clear.
Obvious,
right?
yeah.
Obvious, yeah.
Pankratov, Goriachkina. At least now we know that Goriachkina is trying to play for a win. That's my... I don't know. Maybe she considers Queen F5 to be a good move, simply because, exactly as I said, like Knight F5. I don't really see a problem with Knight F5. You know where the Queen goes, and then I just let's say, maybe Queen D3 is not to the point.
In D2, yeah, I guess.
I just take.
How about some Knight H4 ideas? I think.
Yeah, in fact, yeah. There's always like, as soon as you look at those pawns, you immediately become curious. I mean, can I somehow get there?
Yeah, maybe I play H6 first, so there's no Bishop G5 stuff.
Yeah. So what she did was Queen F5, attacking this, Rook A to D1. Now it's H6.
So that's more or less what she did, except that she put the knight on G6.
She
right?
puts the knight on G6, but
also fine,
still, like Rook E5 moved the knight back. Even that, you know.
Yeah, this does feel like a very pleasant position.
Yeah,
for
perhaps black is just slightly better, slightly more pleasant, right? Because for white to have objects to attack, the position has to change. Like you have to press the C7 pawn. That's perhaps what the only point in black's positions that I would identify as a weakness. But white is nowhere near attacking the C7 pawn.
Yeah, I mean all of his pieces misplaced in terms of attacking.
Yeah, and once again, yeah, and especially since you've already mentioned the style of Pavel Pankratov, he's the wrong guy to start playing Bishop D2 and try to trade calmly and to make a draw, in an opposite colored bishop's pawn down. And he's not that type of a guy.
Right. I still think that against Goriachkina he really wants to win. Like, especially considering their last game where he won easily. First of all, as you said, he's not that kind of a guy who tries to exchange everything and makes a draw. But especially in this game, I think he still wants to. Okay,
serious question. Something. Queen G4. Maybe he doesn't want to exchange, but maybe Queen G4 is good anyway.
Yeah, I guess I can take Knight E5, right? Knight C4, something like that.
3, Knight C4 and Bishop C1, yeah?
Once again, actually takes Rook E8, like I exchange all the rooks and then I have Knight B6, Bishop F7, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, like black's literally never worse in this position, right? Like, ends up with kind of a badly placed Knight on B6 and still might as well just win the D5 pawn.
Yeah. I mean, I think if Magnus was black, we would say that this is almost winning for black.
Yeah,
right?
black has a very promising position. Yeah, and you know what? I just thought, Knight C4 is tempting and all, but maybe since we've identified this plan, maybe Knight D7 is just straight up better because you have kind of two directions. Okay, in this case, Bishop D4 is what stops both directions for this knight. So maybe Knight C4.
Yeah, but only black can be better here. I think that's the conclusion here. And the question is if Pavel will be okay with...
Yeah, with playing Queen G4, basically G4. Giving up any hopes of winning the game, especially winning this game with a nice attack, which is kind of Pankratov's trademark in a sense.
Right.
Yeah, and just... switch to
but
defense.
you can't even start pushing the pawns here because if you ever play f4, I think I immediately play h5, right?
Yeah, and then that's an outpost which you practically cannot kick this queen away from.
And if you play g4,
if you play g4 and let queen f3 happen, I don't think this queen ever leaves f3, right?
I don't think
knight h4. I mean, I don't think the game lasts very long after queen f3, right? It's knight h4 finishes in a couple of moves. Yeah, so that's in a way problematic position. Yep. Okie dokie. So second round second roundabout on open section games. takes e5, d takes e5 in Motolev against Fedoseev, so not much has changed. Not much has changed.
So Motolev is the one who spent a lot of time, right?
Yeah, he spent about 20 minutes here before capturing on e5. Yeah, of course it makes much more sense compared to what I was doing, because if you ever want the discovered attack, you want to put the knight on on d4, right, and not to trade the silly knight on a5. Can black do something? No, bishop h5 is too much. I mean, just to show that it doesn't really work. King is pretty safe on d1 and c2.
Yeah, way too many pieces on the queen side.
But even the fact that black can start considering this already is sort of worrisome. Yeah, I'm actually still not sure how to deal. Maybe just take it on b3. Just take it on b3. In fact, if you take with the knight, I think bishop h5 is a possibility. I think bishop h5. Yeah, if you take now, I think it's kind of check and check on g1 and check on g2 and take the rook.
Yeah, but the line
is it the end
zone,
though? Yeah, is it the end though? So you go here. It's a check, but how do you play bishop h6?
Bishop d2?
Bishop d2, yeah, fair enough. And bishop h6. And I'm sad.
I mean, I think I can take on h6, right? I don't see an immediate win, at least.
Check here. Queen to h6.
And rook f7.
Rook f7 protects against everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, for some reason I thought, like, yeah, check, knight d2, take the rook, queen h7, checkmate, yeah. And didn't pay attention that rook f7 actually safe from both threats. Yeah, Fedoseev ends up capturing on b3.
Which makes sense, right? This knight a5 stuff was annoying at some point. In fact, knight takes a5 was a threat, right? And then rook b7, so...
Knight takes... Yeah, it's not like white is forced to capture on h5, but all the other moves are a bit awkward, because f3 you leave the rook on h3, you give black the possibility of queen g1 or queen g1 check, wherever it leads, right? It's not like it's...
Yeah, but I think the position is awkward itself already for white. There is no simple solution. I don't think so.
Yeah, and combined with the fact that Motolev has spent quite a lot of time, I mean, it can be that black might even win this game. That's move 17.
Why not?
That's move 17 we are talking about.
I think it's very not very likely, but it's likely that Fedoseev will win this, just because he's one of the best in the world, I think, when it comes to such positions. So. Especially if he's in good shape. We don't know it yet, but he's really a player of form, so to say, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I was briefly considering rook b3, but then once again, yeah, black, for instance, doesn't invent anything fancy, just goes queen c7. What's next? Yeah, your knight from d2 if it goes to maybe it goes to f3 intending to go to g5, and you claim that, I don't know how you claim it, but I was about to claim that bishop h5 I'm not scared of for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe I just take, right? Because if it's not bishop h5, then I'm actually kind of happy that I'll be able to play knight g5. And I also
black needs to play something really, really slow in order to get in trouble.
To allow knight g5 and stuff. Yeah. Okay, we'll see. Fedoseev is he's back to the board, even though his opponent is still deciding on what piece to take on b3 with.
And looks like Knight takes b3 has just
Knight
been
takes
played.
b3, right? Knight b3, and here...
So are we about to see bishop h5?
Here we thought of bishop h5, yeah. Yeah, maybe f3 is not such a terrible thing. So if we check, now we still have queen f1.
Yeah, but then isn't the endgame kind of bad for white?
I mean, just give a check and take, and if king takes, you are not even threatening g4 for now, yeah.
Maybe rook c8 or something.
You can also do this thing.
And bishop f5. Right?
And bishop f5, yeah.
Okay, this is very.
So if rook
classical.
g3, you're just on time to take on h4, right? And if rook moves to, I don't know, h1, h2 might be better than h1, but that's already suggests that the position is terrible.
Yeah,
I mean,
ugly.
if you have to play rook
ugly,
h2
yeah.
in this position, yeah, bishop f5, swap the light square bishops, get the knight on f5, I mean, everything with the tempo, yeah. So that's just a better position. All right, so looks like Fedoseev might seize the initiative with bishop h5, unless we've blundered heavily. And that remains to be seen. Yeah, it's like this line is not that complex, right? White, it's not like white has tons of options. So king d1 is the only legal move in the position. King c2 is only sensible move in the position.
All right. So he's about to touch the bishop. I don't know if you saw it, but he was, that close to touch the bishop. Yeah.
Bishop h5 played. Okay, fine. At least we've managed to guess something right.
And Matlakov doesn't look too happy here. And I don't think it was a surprise for him, but
yeah, but gives gives his opponent kind of a little nod of understanding. Yeah, bishop h5, good move. All right. Yeah, and Matlakov is checking this game, so that means he. Come on, that's a
he's
rook
not
ending.
losing this one.
That's you. You can't really.
On the other hand, by today's standards, you kind of have to play on as white, right? You can just take a draw, at least by online chess standards.
Yeah, by online standards, you lose the a pawn and you still play on, or maybe your opponent plays on.
Then black starts playing on. Yeah,
but that doesn't make all that much of sense. This one, I mean, 3 versus 3 is. I mean, regrettably, I can't actually. Maybe we can. I mean, just to educate the viewers a little. Like, if you say take, you take, and black somehow forgets to take on h4, right? So those positions are a little bit tricky, right? And then you have to be careful in those.
Yeah,
But
the last word of in the theory of this endgames is it's quite a simple draw, right? But as far as I know, at least.
Yeah, but I mean, what's the? You mean when we get to this like Dvoretsky kind of forcing position,
right?
When you have to play g5 or
g5 at some point, but
you
have different
no,
options.
but
I think.
I actually thought that this is the easiest way of making a draw, like a4, rook a3, and then you have the rook on third rank. If he goes to f1, you go to second rank, and then he never gets to kind of a good version of it. I mean, probably we have to kind of brush it up a little so that nobody's playing g4. So let's assume it's kind of a standard thing. Yeah, with king on g2, king on g7, and then white goes a6, and that's the moment where you have to be able to play rook a3, and then it's just a dead draw, because here, like Dvoretsky version or Averbach version and so on. It's like with king here, and then in the right moment, right, white starts running towards the a pawn, sacrifices f2, and it's very sharp. And in my version of defense, you have to run towards a6 pawn via b1 or something, which you may guess never gonna end good for you. Okay, that's too far away from reality. No.
Yeah, but I would actually mention that after rook takes c7, right, move 21.
Move 21, yeah.
Yeah, I think Maybe we should go back actually to move 19 after h4, right? When we suggested bishop a6. And I still think this must be fine for black, but probably a little bit unpleasant after rook b4, rook a4. And even though the material is equal, white is a little bit more active, so the defense might be unpleasant here. But bishop f5 and bishop e4, the maneuver
it's
of the
just
bishop,
a classy move, right?
it's just very classy. It just shows great understanding that you're giving up the pawn, but you making sure you never lose in this game.
Yeah.
And you don't even need to think too much here, right? It's just
Yeah,
way
here
too
with
simple.
those pawn structure being rugged, white just can't do anything. Even though Andreikin is trying to think of, I don't know, maybe he's like
pretending to us.
yeah, you know, this famous, I mean, who was that? I don't quite remember. I mean, it's a Soviet Championships or interzonal story, like the guy who maybe had a winning chance but failed to win, and now it's a dead draw and he's thinking for 40 minutes. And the thing is that's kind of penultimate round and he had to make +1 out of 2 games. So now this one is a dead draw and he keeps thinking for 40 minutes and being asked, he says, I was thinking what to play tomorrow in order to win with black against my opponent. So maybe, okay, it's not quite the same situation, but maybe Andreikin is already kind of thinking, yeah.
But based on his opening choice, I don't think he he regrets a draw here too much.
It's not like he really had a winning chance of some sort. Okay, so it's bishop h5 in Fedoseyev's game. There is some development in Goriachkina's games. Queen to b4 was played. And then, yeah, Nimtsovich, prophylactics. Queen goes back to c8, which the move that I'm honestly not very happy with.
I mean, the pawn is hanging, right?
Yeah, the pawn is hanging, which is kind of a sad news. Yeah. On the other hand, maybe, strangely enough, we are talking long-term factors, and maybe black doesn't have to rush. Queen c8, you know, move the king, move the bishop, so that both rooks are playing some knight e7, rook f5, or trade all the rooks, then confiscate the thing for free.
Black doesn't have to rush at all. Yeah, but the queen b4 move shows the aggressive intentions by Aleksandr. He's not gonna play queen g4 in this position.
Yeah, he's not gonna try to swap everything. Yeah, exactly. Right. Honestly, I don't know where should we move, and then if you don't know where to move, maybe that's
that's a sign.
It's a sign, yeah, to take a little break here and breathe a little. Let's see how those games develop and possibly, come back in 10 minutes. Maybe something sharp's going to happen. So we are requesting a little break after 2 hours, which is pretty standard. And I think that's how our schedule typically looks like during those tournaments. So it's first couple of hours because it's a lot of games to talk about. Like every game we have to discuss the opening, speculate who was right and who was wrong. Then we have maybe 1 hour and 40 minutes to let all the time troubles finish.
Right.
And then it's a second break, and then no break till till the last game of 6 hours is finished. Right. So, okay, guys, so stay tuned. We are coming back in some 10 minutes.
Меня зовут Юрий Львович Авербах. Мне 97,5 лет. По профессии я гроссмейстер, старейший гроссмейстер мира. Когда мне было 12 лет, я прочел всего Шекспира. И это мне доставило большое удовольствие. Я считал, что английский язык – это язык будущего. И не ошибся. Огромную роль шахматы приносят детям, которые начинают изучать иностранный язык. В результате они овладевают языком и одновременно овладевают шахматами. Если ты хочешь оставить след в жизни, ты должен создать что-то. Надеюсь дожить до 100 лет и издать еще 2 книги.
Там, где Европа встречается с Азией. Башкортостан – крупнейший современный центр нефтегазодобычи и нефтехимии. Территория мощной энергетики, большого металла и передовой фармацевтики. Мы поднимаем в небо лучшие в мире самолеты и вертолеты. Столица Башкортостана – город Уфа. Мы стремимся к победам и побеждаем. Башкортостан. Республика на все 100.
Aeroflot, Russian Airlines.
Russian Superfinal Day 1. We continue from the break, and I suggest let's take a look at Fedosev's game against Motilev, because things are clearly heating up there.
Yeah, that's the sharpest one, as for now, right?
Yeah, so the pairings, no results yet, obviously, but yeah, for the first time we can actually see the ratings of the players. The top seed is Dmitry Andreikin, followed by Nikita Vitiugov, Andrei Yusipenko, Kirill Alexeenko, and so on and so forth. Right, and the women's tournament. Let's not forget. And who's the top seed here? Is it
Polina Shuvalova?
Polina Shuvalova? Yeah, exactly. Gunina has lost quite a lot of rating recently, so.
And Polina actually almost won last year. She started 6 out of 6, as far as I remember. Was very close to win.
She was very, very close to win, and then got caught up by Goriachkina in the last round or something, and then lost a tiebreak, which was also kind of unclear.
Right.
Right, so Aleksandr Motilev is trying to find something in the line that we've considered to be hopeless for white, yeah? So after bishop h5, he found nothing better but to take it. Check on g1, check on g2. Exactly, bishop d2 is the only move. Takes the rook, bishop h6, gh6, and I think without giving this check, which exposes the rook to queen h2 potentially, he captures on h6. So here, logically, it has to be rook f7, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say queen h2 could be an option as well, but then e6 is hanging in some lines, right? So yeah, rook f7 makes sense, and I guess the idea is that we just play knight d4 and
maybe just
try to play this
just
position.
Play it. Just play it, trying to win e6, and maybe it's kind of.
But maybe we can actually play queen h2 now and then take on e5, and I don't believe in white's compensation here.
So king b3. And you just take on e5 after this. I mean, if it's a check, you just go to h8
and once white takes on e6, we always have bishop f6. So it's a question.
So those 3 squares are guarded like 100 times each. Yeah, fully agree. And Fedoseev has the time. It's move 24. He's got 40 minutes. Yeah, he's clear favorite to win this one.
And our chat suggests us to stop being shy and finally start speaking Russian.
It looked like he. Now he's playing.
Yeah, he's about to play. But although I have to say that this kind of behavior when you
almost play the move and then
and then take the hand back and
kind of change
do it again
mind,
and again and again. Like, this is a bit annoying when you play against such a player. But I'm sure Vladimir doesn't do it on purpose.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. There is nothing to be done.
And the time situation is also not that great for white, so I think this is the first decisive game. This will be our first decisive game.
It's fairly looks like it will be decided in Fedoseev's favor. Yeah, Pankratov Goriachkina, there are some changes in the position. So white played bishop d4, black went on to swap all the rooks, captured with the bishop, because b7 was hanging, knight e2. And that creates sort of a threat of queen c3 attacking, well, not a threat because there is queen d7, but it makes it a little bit awkward for white for black to play. Like bishop f7, there will be queen c3, that's what I thought.
Right. But I think we can start with knight e7, right?
Knight e7 was played, knight e7, so now queen c3 you can actually take. I thought for some reason knight f5, but you just take, and this pin you don't care much because bishop f7. Is queen g3 any dangerous? once again.
Queen d7?
That's Pankratov, that's the king, so that's what I'm... Yeah, Queen d7, still pretty solid. It's very hard for white to create anything. Yeah, and the very next move you might as well just play c5 and get rid of the bishop.
Yeah, I mean, this
altogether.
is just a clean extra pawn, but... Yeah. And he's also catching up on time, on the clock as well, so this is getting unpleasant, I think.
Okay, so Queen b3. Much more to the point, yeah. Keeping d5 for now, still intending to play Queen g3 in case... I don't know what, because...
Bishop f7, I think?
yeah, Bishop f7, if Queen g3, just Knight f5.
Queen g4, I think the line goes on.
Yeah, so that's what you plan to do. Queen g4, now if I'm capturing, I'm actually in trouble.
Yeah, or even...
I just lost.
Yeah. This is good enough.
Knight g3, right, so d5 cannot be touched. But then this is a little bit awkward.
Yeah, this is not exactly what you want to get as black, so I don't think Bishop
Perhaps
f7 will be played.
not Bishop f7, yeah? Perhaps not Bishop f7. What else can you do? I mean, can you play like King h7?
Yeah, this does feel like...
Yeah, it's like I'm exposing the king to these checks, right? But there's always going to be Bishop g6, and
somehow this does feel like an improvement for black, right? Hard to explain why, but it does feel like an improvement. Although if I do the same thing, it's the
Queen
difference.
g3, Bishop g6. That's what I thought.
Knight f4.
Knight f4, and now since those pawns are not attacked, maybe I can bring the queen in. Because I just realized that knight takes, queen takes, we trade the queens and still black wins the d5 pawn.
Wins the game, probably.
Probably wins the game, in fact, yeah. So queen f3, and maybe it'll be hard for me to attack this. No, it
Bishop
won't.
f7.
Bishop f7, yeah, if g4, some queen c2.
Bishop d5.
Bishop
maybe?
d5 was also there, yeah. Bishop d5 was there.
Yeah, so I guess the only question if white is actually surviving here, right? We're not expecting white to win this game.
Bishop f7 was played.
Okay.
You know what? On the other hand, Bishop f7, Queen g3, why do we, or should I say why do I play Knight f5 when I can play Bishop g6 anyway? This is hanging. If you return, that means I've played Bishop e8 to g6 for free,
right,
which I'm very happy with.
d5 isn't hanging yet, right?
d5 isn't hanging yet, so perhaps my idea is to play Queen f5. That's kind of the plan.
Yeah. So basically, you're saying that white can play Knight f4, Bishop d4, Queen g3, all these active moves, but once I play Queen f5, there's just
no threats. Plus d5 is hanging. Okay, that's what Goriachkina will have to prove. Andreikin and Matlakov still playing this dead drawish rook ending as we refer to this one, and it still is. I mean, no, I just thought maybe there are some ideas, some plans, nothing, absolutely nothing. I'm not even sure why would you. Because you like chess, right?
I mean, that's the trend nowadays. You have to play. People won't understand if you offer a draw in this position.
You like playing chess, that's why you continue playing this position. Yeah, but that's still a draw. So this can be a long game. This one, yeah, move 26, so very likely to pass the time control, and very unlikely to agree a draw in next 15-20 moves, right?
And Dishpak is actually suggesting an interesting idea. So he wants to play King h8. I think King h7 is a bit more precise, but the point is we want to put the Queen on g8 at some point.
This and this, and then just attack it 3 times,
and this will fall. Right? You can only defend it twice. So that's an interesting idea. Although the Queen side pawns are hanging, so I don't think Black will actually be able to.
You know what?
Execute it.
I just realized one more thing. This is called the pin.
Right.
So I might be threatening c5 if you don't play Queen g3.
But I kind of have to, right? I mean, what else do I have in the position?
I mean, like maybe Knight f4, But then I play c5.
Yeah, c5 and then
And then I,
B5,
then I play
right?
b5, and then I probably just win the d5 pawn for free in a very good version. Yeah. So still, all things considered, seems to be good for Goriachkina. Alexeenko and pratkan. This Rui Lopez, bishop e6, bishop c4. Okay, that's such a hard position to understand. Those I kind of never was capable of understanding such positions because they are tough to understand. Queen c1, rook e6. I mean, maneuvering all the time. Not clear what you want, what your opponent wants.
yeah. So bishop c4, bishop takes c2 is not an obvious decision at all.
Yeah. There is a feeling like black couldn't really find a good use for this bishop, right? Because if you kind of have to, bishop b6, knight e2, bishop c4. Yeah, now the knight was going to d4, but it still could go to d4. d1.
Yeah, the only thing I'm not sure about is why Predki has so little time on the clock.
Yeah, actually, I didn't pay attention to this yet. He's with 6 minutes only. With 6 minutes only.
For the next 16 moves, right?
Yeah.
This is very sketchy for him, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, this is, one of those types of positions. Like nothing pretty much happens, and then all of a sudden say, I find the right moment to play f4, and then you have to consider a lot of stuff, like f5, maybe e5 with bishop e4 ideas.
Right.
Yeah, so it can become like very, very forcing, very, very concrete anytime.
So I think objectively black should be fine here. At least I don't see too many problems for him here. But yeah, the clock situation is
It is
suspicious.
worrisome. Yeah. So we may also start with b3, so that you have a choice either to put this on b6, which is not historically been acknowledged as not a good square for the knight. Yeah, Dr. Tarash had something to say about knight on b6, and if knight e5, maybe you just give me tempi. I mean, I'm not sure if that's my kind of way I improve my position by pushing the pawns, the f pawn, the e pawn, but who knows. So once again, from practical perspective, yeah, Alexeenko has important decision to make, and maybe he can kind of unbalance the position a little bit.
Yeah, practically speaking, he looks like a favorite at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Vitiugov and Chigai. Well, here we missed nearly all the fun, yeah, because that was seen. Rook a to b. Yeah, that was the position when we said like b5 happening, and it's not that clear how white's supposed to continue. Rook a to b1, b5, b4. Takes on b4, captured on d4. Okay, maybe there wasn't all that much fun after all. There's a lot of trading.
But white can't really be better here, right? At least I don't think so.
What puzzles me a little, why would you prefer to keep the knight on c7? Because knight e6 looks like a tempting intermediate move.
I agree.
I mean, if all that happens, then I'm probably very happy having the knight on e6 instead of c7. But maybe there was a reason for that.
In any case, black looks fine.
Yeah, can white be better? I mean, probably I have to take it. I mean, it's not very pleasant decision to make, but perhaps I have to take it.
I mean, if you don't take it, somehow this pawn may survive, and this will be.
No, I mean, kind of take it right now. Yes, I mean, no viable alternatives to take. I mean, could consider taking on f5, but even then, I mean, maybe queen f6 is, You're absolutely right. This pawn might just well survive. So queen takes c3. And then, once again, knight on e6 would be okay.
I don't really like it because then I take on f5 and play bishop d5.
Yeah, I mean, if I play it now, yeah, imagine I have the knight on e6 and I'm to move.
Oh, right, yeah.
Which would have been the case, perhaps. Anyway, yeah, now I have to be a little bit careful. Because indeed, if I move the knight from c7, you'll take, and bishop d5 is a threat, right? Taking on e4 once again feels a bit wrong because the knight takes, and even though it's not threat, maybe you know what? Maybe I take and then go bishop f5. But who knows if it's an equal position or not? Maybe it's not.
Well, why would
right?
it be not equal? Just because Black's king is a bit unsafe?
The king is unsafe, and I don't like the knight on c7 currently.
No, but I mean, yeah, at the moment the knight isn't placed well, but I think we can improve it easily, right?
Yeah, perhaps you're absolutely right. Just a couple of precise moves, like do not blunder bishop d5, basically. that kind of stuff. Yeah, don't play knight a6 in this position, and you'll be fine. Yeah. So, and once again, yeah, Chigaev is an experienced player. Yesipenko vs Rakhmanov. I just paid attention that this might be a first result now. I mean, I haven't seen the position, but when I've seen move number 37, white king taking on h6, I thought, yeah, something must have happened to this.
Either winning or
yeah,
draw.
we are winning or we are losing, but yeah, it's clearly something exciting is going on in terms of like achieving a result. Yeah, I think perhaps it's move 40 we are waiting for. King e4. So our program says king e4 was played with a check, so that means a draw was agreed. In fact, yep. Rakhmanov makes a draw in that position after capture on c6, bishop f3, bishop b4, bishop e5, f to c8, and after a3 indeed exchanged, didn't go knight e4, which is a pawn down, but went here, and white decided not to gamble, but just to take and go queen d6, which is that draw.
Very solid game by Rakhmanov and great result for him, right? Yesipenko is one of the favorites, and especially when he's white, he's like super dangerous. So yeah, a good start for
Rakhmanov. Yeah, exactly, and that's our first result for both tournaments. All right, so strangely, but it was fast, but it seems we've checked all the games in the open section. Let's call it this way from now. I suggest we check once again Motilev against Fedoseev, because what's interesting, rook f7 was, rook f7 was played, but after knight d4, it wasn't a check and takes, it was king h8, rook b7, and bishop f8. So Fedoseev perhaps just wins on the spot, right? We don't believe in queen h7 stuff. Wait, we can try, I mean, if anything, we can try ups, not that, but take on f7. What's the no? It's only two minor pieces.
It's
right?
not enough.
It's not enough, and you can actually do whatever you like. Yeah, just give a check, take on e5, whatever.
I'm thinking maybe we could actually invite Fedoseev once the game is over. So
yeah,
it is sort of a short game, but on the other hand, pretty sure there are a lot of lines which were behind the scenes, right?
Yeah, and that that amazes me. I think it's kind of a quality of a strong player when I believe the line we've agreed on with you is safe and good for black and everything. But when players kind of not tired to look for extra tactics in a winning position, right? Because for me, I would just switch the brain off, right? And check, take the pawn, I'm greedy, I'll really exchange up, I'll win the endgame, right? No, what you do, you win in a couple of moves, right? King h8, if rook takes, then you just play bishop f8, you win.
I mean, me and you are kind of similar in that sense that I would also try to go for the endgame somehow because it's a safe option. But I think for Fedosеев, it's not like he's trying to look for some tactics. It just
it
comes
came
to him
naturally.
Yeah.
It came naturally, and
So-
what do you do?
Yeah, and I mean, White has to resign, right?
Does that create? I mean, it does create a threat. It's actually a threat of a checkmate in one.
Yeah.
The problem is, I mean, without a rook on a8, I would believe White has decent chances.
Yeah.
But not like that.
Yeah, Matlakov has just taken on f7, bishop h6, and I think the game will last for like 3-4 moves.
Yeah, check on h7. You know, sometimes being in a time trouble kind of stops you from realizing how hopeless your position is. Maybe it'll last a few more moves.
Yeah, but I'm sure Matlakov knows he's not his
Aleksandr,
position
yeah.
isn't great in this situation.
Aleksandr knows that that's not the position you are hoping to save against Fedosеев. Yeah, that's right. Queen h2 check.
King d1, I guess, is the only
Yeah,
move.
like keep the king on the first rank probably.
I mean, if you go to b3, rook b8,
Rook
yeah,
b8,
this
king
is-
a4, and perhaps you are the one who is getting checkmated
for sure.
somehow. Yeah.
for sure.
Okay, you go here. Black say takes. You take on e6. There's always a check. In fact, this king is pretty safe. Interestingly.
Yeah, I mean, couple of checks, that's it.
And 2.5 minutes left for Motolev. I think we might as well just stay with this game because Fedosеев plays quite fast in this. In this case, Motolev would like to think, but he doesn't have the time, so may end anytime soon. So he's got to move.
Or just resign.
Or just, resign is an option. Like some coward people would just let that time run out and pretend they've lost on time. Yeah, king to d1 played.
Yeah, and also quality of Vladimir that in such situations he tries to play as fast as possible, just to put more pressure on the clock as well as on position. So, yeah, this game will finish fast for sure.
Yeah, what he's doing now, I believe, is like looking for extra options of, I don't know, bring the rook closer to the king. I mean, just in the attack, right? Or yeah, because once again, queen e5 is sort of a bit of a lazy man's approach.
I mean, everything wins. Right?
It's
just-
efficient. I mean, you can probably play a5 and he'll be still winning. Maybe a5 is not a bad move at all. Not a single game finished, and I might say not a single game decided yet in the women's tournament. At least last time we checked, which was, to be fair, quite some time ago. Yeah. So as soon as this kind of finishes, right, and as long as Fedosеев doesn't plan to spend his remaining half an hour on this move, we'll go to check women's games. In the women's tournament, the third advanced game is move 26 in Guseva bodnaruk. In men's, one is finished, this one is about to finish, and we have 30 moves in Pankratov's game, 34 moves in Andreikin and Matlakov. So that's, I mean, this comparison only shows that there'll be a lot of action in a time trouble in a women's section.
in the women's section. And
Yeah, that's-
basically no action No big action, except maybe Alexeenko's game, right?
Yeah, Aleksandr Chigayev, Vitiugov Chigayev made 21 move, but it's fairly simplified, right? And for Alexeenko and Pratkan, still a tense position, and Pratkan very low on time. So queen takes e5 played. Yeah, it's really hard to invent something. Can I give like 2 checks in a row? No. No. It's only 1 check.
It's only one, yeah.
It's only 1 check. I mean, technically 2 checks, but next check drops something. Yeah.
It's like it's not like we played 3 checks, right?
Yeah. Okay, so he captures rook e6. Queen h5, queen h4. Or anything else. Well, not literally anything else. Queen g3 loses to rook g6. So white still has winning chances. That's how it is.
Serious
Queen
ones.
h2. Okay. Yeah, indeed, this h pawn is.
Yeah, I think we can move on because this game probably won't finish in the next 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, perhaps since Motolev decided to play Ionia, Fedoshev leaves the board. Yeah. Okay, let's go to women's section then. Shuvalova and Ovot. That's the position we were suggesting to take on c3, and that's indeed what happened. Interestingly, though, black captured on c3 and went d6, not c5. Okay, so white plays c5, gives a check, goes bishop h4, at least plays a lot of moves with tempi. Rook a to d1. Okay. Why didn't white play rook e7? Was there a reason?
Queen g4, I guess.
Same queen g4, right? And then, yeah, like same queen g4, and if I swap and take on c7, then you probably take this one. Go rook c8. Still, I don't believe like it's white's probably okay here.
Yeah, but I think she's just playing for win and
With white, yeah, could be.
Yeah, like why not?
So queen g4, queen d4, exchange on d4, knight e6, knight g5, and that's one of those cases where both players playing for win. Because, I mean, I don't know, was knight g5 any problematic? I don't think so.
Probably not. Did she play knight f4?
Yeah, she played knight f4, bishop g3, and knight d5.
Well, right?
Yeah, well, the knight is actually superbly placed on d5, guarding e7.
Yeah, this is just to help the
F3,
extra pawn for black, right?
Yeah, I keep forgetting that c5 was the pawn sacrifice.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Then it's a very comfortable endgame with the pawn up.
No
Bishop
competition
d7,
whatsoever,
so
I think.
Bishop d7, or just play h6. If knight e6, take it, go rook e8.
Yeah, I wonder what kind of expectations a player has when she knows that she remembers that last year she started 6 out of 6, and now that's a new tournament, but she probably still wants to at least do something similar,
Yeah, and if we compare kind of last year, this year, so last year she clearly wasn't one of the favorites. I don't remember what Polina's rating was, but she was kind of mid back, yeah, somewhere. And yet she started really well, and game after game after game she kept winning. So here she starts like the top seed. And of course it puts extra pressure, and sometimes, you tend to forget you play against experienced opponents still, and you have to play good chess, not only try to win games. Alrighty, so there is that. Then we have Gira and Gunina. Whoa, it's a lot of changes in the position. So after bishop g6 and knight d2, that's I believe the last time we've seen it. Rook went to d8, f3, c5, d5, and black went e5.
Yeah, that's positional disaster, right, for black?
Yeah, looks like bishop g3, bishop d6, bishop h4.
Not an obvious move.
Bishop e7, okay, bishop g3, bishop d6, knight c4, finally. Coming back to that, rook c1, bishop c7. So, if, on the other hand, if black plays like f6, knight d6, maybe it's not that bad. So it's about the time for white to try to prove something. d6, I don't think it works.
Rook dc1 is a very strange move.
dc1, bishop c7. She went on knight d1, f6, knight d e3.
Okay, this actually makes sense. So we meet knight d6.
Ah, yes, so knight d6 we take and play knight c4. Right. So I just wanted to point out that knight f5 black probably is not scared of, because he'll take and the light square bishop is not that threatening. Yeah, but knight d3, it's kind of a prophylactical idea against knight d6. Can black play? I know, b5, it's always going to mean that a6 is really weak. Yeah. In fact, not easy for black at all.
Maybe we can play knight d6, takes, knight c4, just move the bishop somewhere and claim that this is solid enough. But, I mean, it's a two-result game anyways, right?
Yeah, white's never worse. Yeah. White's never worse. And move it somewhere, it probably has to be this diagonal, then after knight a5, you'll have to play rook b8, and then you can't really move the b pawn because knight c6. It's really awkward.
Yeah, but I'm basically saying that you also don't have a plan here. But, I don't think that's the case, but that's what we're trying to claim here.
Wrong game, yeah. Knight d3, no, looks more pleasant for white for sure. And especially knowing that, I mean, how good and how, say, joyful for Gunina will be a patient defense, which means she's never gonna go for some careful approach of defending pawns and stuff. She'll look for some madness, and to start creating madness from this kind of passive position, that typically means that by the moment you created at least one threat, right, your position is completely lost. So
this is actually a very likely scenario, just knowing the players.
Gunina just hates this type of positions. So,
and that being said, I think Gira is a great positional player. So not a fun situation for black.
We're thinking of knight b6, where exchange actually might work for black, but knight a5 is terrifying. Then knight d6, I just say, wait, maybe that's the thing to do. And then some, I don't know, I mean, I was
knight d7,
knight d7, yeah, rook goes, and bishop b6.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Hang on a second, bishop b6.
So maybe I'll go rook c3 instead.
And
then bishop b6, bishop f2. So I guess some compensation, but
that, rook c3. Yeah. Also works against bishop a5 shenanigans. So bishop f6, bishop f2.
Yeah, but then bishop d4, so like the game...
Maybe the game goes on, yeah. Maybe the game goes on.
At least stylistically that's what Gunina is looking for.
Yeah, that's what you would expect her to do, right? So to try to find some turnaround like this and try to create threats. Guseva bodnaruk, 26 moves played. Last move, black played c3. Something has drastically changed. Knight f7, a5, exactly as we were thinking about, b6. Rook a1, and I don't like rook a1 at all.
Yeah, but b6 is an interesting move. Like you may think that it opens up the diagonal, something may happen to the rook on a8, but apparently it's kind of fine. And she also stopped b6 from white, right?
Yeah, so that was kind of the idea. We were pinning white's hopes in this position with Rook to a1, e4, rook a4, ba5, rook a5, but that's yeah, perhaps white achieved quite a lot in terms of positional play, pawn structure, everything. Yeah, but the bishop on g2 is currently out of play, and black piece is starting to get more and more squares.
C4 is weak, yeah.
Yes,
so
4 is targeted, bishop d5, cd5, c4, c3. So white's up a pawn, but the bishop is passive on g2.
I think the material is...
Yeah,
equal, right?
it's not like you think. You're absolutely right. I'm not capable of, counting them, but
That's
why
alright.
did I?
I'll do it for you.
Why did I thought? Because it was our line when we were capturing c5. Yeah, a5 takes exactly, which makes it even better for black. I mean, if the material is equal, yeah. Knight c4 perhaps can be considered a positional threat.
Yeah, I guess d6 is a move.
D6, yeah.
She's just played it.
And then can black play knight e5?
Yeah,
So
I think why not?
d7 stopped for now, and I'm probably planning knight d7. Yeah, obviously queen c3 runs into check. Yeah, maybe knight e5 is what you have to do. And here also it has to be. It's actually kind of a mutual time trouble. Yeah, mutual time trouble.
Yeah, this
Move
one will be interesting.
27.
I mean, it's already interesting, but it will continue to be interesting, I'm pretty sure. And but no matter what the evaluation is, I think it's clearly better for black when it was like 10 moves ago or so, right? Once we left.
Yeah, it's actually a very, very common thing that people tend to forget when analyzing at home, when working with computers. Like you look for objectively strongest moves and then objectively like moving from one position to the other. But in the game, like, do you really care with black by that point? What's the objective evaluation? You were dead lost, like your pieces were paralyzed, and then all of a sudden you have threats. So of course, it's kind of psychologically changes. You try to play for a win.
Right. Like, even if it's still bad for black,
Yeah,
you don't think it's
worse.
bad.
But your feeling is like, okay, finally my pieces are flying. Yeah, I want to play it.
On the other hand, I think ideally you want to ignore such feelings because it
course,
these kind of emotions affect your play, but
the perfect player is emotionless, right? I mean, they like to say that you play move after move, or you constantly look for the best decision on every single move, but it's not how it works for humans, at least.
who wrote the book? I play against.
That's Gligorich, yeah,
right.
that's Gligorich.
But I totally disagree with that approach. I mean, again, it's probably ideal, but just never really happens in the real world.
So d6, bodnaruk is thinking, rook d8 kind of stops d7 and attacks d6 pawn at the same time, so can be considered as well. Why not? I mean, I'm attacking the d6 pawn, and I'm not sure how white defends the d6 pawn.
But you see, as I said, Anastasia is getting really nervous once she doesn't have that much time on the clock, and we can clearly see her shaking a little bit on the camera.
Yeah, here though, maybe I do d7, knight d7, knight d6, this kind of things. Yeah, I was even considering taking on e4, to be honest. I mean, just to make sure that this guy is playing. It probably is not. Probably doesn't really work. But okay, black ends up playing knight to d7, which might be still fine, right? So if takes, queen takes, d6 will be won by knight d6 or rook e6, rook d6. I think black.
How about the move b6
here?
Knight d7.
After knight d7, b6 for white. Beautiful. So now if you take with the pawn, you've lost a piece.
You're losing a piece.
Rook a8, knight d7. If you take with the knight, then d7 wins a piece.
and if you ignore it, you lose
B7
something, right?
wins the game.
Yeah.
It's a good move. B6 is a good move. Can't deny that. No, honestly, I'm not even sure what you have to do here. My only guess could be no. I thought some beautiful beautiful piece sacrifice, and then but everything.
going
Yeah,
anywhere.
knight b6 is threatening. Yeah, your c pawn is yet to create a
Yeah,
threat.
it's like the same position as it was, but
But
a piece down.
Yeah, but the piece down. Yeah, exactly. So knight d7 is a mistake then. But Guseva has to find b6. There are alternatives. There is knight a6 intending knight c7.
Yeah,
But
looks tempting.
b6 very strong. b6 is very strong. I believe probably just winning.
But on the other hand, that's not the move you look at first, I guess, because
Like
it
take
feels
here.
rook c5,
Rook c5.
rook c7
and-
next. No.
Yeah, that's terrible. It's terrible. I mean, like play this.
And rook c8, right?
Rook c8.
Or rook c8 doesn't
Rook
actually
c8
win.
actually-
That's funny.
he actually can take. Yeah. Why did I play b7 and just take it? Maybe just take it.
I don't think we want to spend too much time
Yeah,
seriously
I mean,
analyzing
it's
this position.
why White's winning after b6. So the only question if she will or will not play b6.
I think she won't find it. Just a random guess, but
Yeah, you're right in a sense that it's really hard to find b5, b6 by looking for a candidate move.
yeah.
It's either you see it or you go, you know what, there is kind of a mechanics when you check every single move which was not available previously, and then you make come to conclusion now, okay, b6, because, well, what, I mean, it's very rare that we think so, even though I do give such advices to students, like in order not to blunder, in order to,
Yeah.
check what changed with the
I
last
mean,
move.
we can give any
Advices
B6
are good,
is
yeah.
played.
b6 is
Okay.
played, yeah. So she,
Beautiful. So yeah, have to take my words back, and
No, that's just a strong
And,
move. That's a strong play.
Guseva is in good shape apparently. She sees such tactics.
Yeah, impressive. Impressive, and now I'm pretty sure White's winning.
Yeah, I wonder if Anastasia actually, saw it once she played knight e7, because this is actually what usually happens in such situations.
Yeah, that's quite often the case. So you play it, and then. And what else is very often the case is that you create tactical possibilities indeed with your last move. Yeah, it's like million examples of those.
Yeah, that's the reason you also don't really consider b6 here, because the knight was on b6 for the past like 10 moves. And this just move wasn't legal, right? So.
All right. So here, White's winning, both in time trouble. Let's move on. Kashlinskaya with Galyamova. Some classical endgame.
Yeah, I think White will pretend for a few moves that she's better here, but looks like a draw to me. And Fedoseev just finished his game.
Fedoseev has won with black, yeah. Wolf.
The
Is it for real? The king is on e4.
I mean, in his games, yeah, this stuff is real.
Motorev was very, very low on time, and Fedoseev decided to play it kind of classy, yeah.
So, I don't know, should we contact someone to invite him over?
To bring Fedoseev here? We could. We could ask, yeah. Okay, king goes, and then, yeah, white king is getting checkmated. Okay, I'll try.
Yeah. I think I would be really scared of getting mated here somehow as black. So I would probably never go for such line. And I feel like you
Yeah,
understand
but
me,
he-
right?
You know, yeah, of course. Yeah, especially if you have a choice, and there was
Yeah.
quote unquote safe way. But yeah, but he trusts himself, and perhaps it's good habit overall. Okay, so back to Kashlinskaya Galyamova. Yeah, it's like feels like White. Maybe I shouldn't say almost there, but like kind of White achieved a lot, but that's about it.
Yeah,
It's like
it's
there
not
is no
enough.
progress from here.
Yeah.
There is no progress from here.
I think even if we remove the pawns on the queen side, like let's say 2 for black, 1 for white, it's still really hard to win. And although maybe that's not the case, but anyways, with even material, I think this should be a relatively easy draw.
Yeah, very often what happens that black somehow regroups so that he attacks the d pawn 2 times and say at least one of his pieces does something else. By saying that, I mean like queen on e6, rook on d7, or queen on d7, rook on c6. Like I was considering like queen b6, for instance, right? And then you go here. And then you push your A and B pawn, deflect one of the pieces, take on d6, and
that's the point, right? We just deflect one of the pieces and take on d6, and that's it.
And I think there were theoretical lines like that. Like either was it on in Queen's Indian or a Grunfeld, but I remember like people analyzing. There was like b4 pawn, a5 pawn, and then they were pushing.
This does look like a Grunfeld type of position with this pawn on d6. But I think Grunfeld players, you know, nowadays they know that this is not big deal.
Yeah.
That pawn on d6.
Okay. Kashlinskaya plays queen a5, but still allows for rook c8 or
rook e8.
rook e8. Yeah, rook e8, queen c7, rook d8 is a legit way of finishing this game as well.
Yeah, but she will keep playing, I feel like.
Okay. So I think we'll have a guess now, which is the winner of the first decisive game in this tournament, Vladimir Fedoseev, is about to join us. Well, rather join me, because Shima just jumped from his chair, passing the mic to Vladimir. Yeah, so just quickly let me finish to round up the women's tournament games. Okay, that's a mess where White... I want to say White should be winning. I don't know what's the reason for that. Maybe that's absolutely not the case. But whenever I see the king on f8, maybe Black will take the pawn. Don't know. Okay, it's very messy. And b-vol with Pogonina. I don't remember this game at all. It was some weird Spanish. So now everything's equal, but
But now
Black.
it looks much easier to play with black, I guess.
Yeah, the knight on b4 is good. Yeah,
and bishop on e1 is a bit passive.
Yeah,
Knight
bishop on e1 is
g3 too.
passive, and we have Vladimir Fedoseev in the house. So we will allow ourselves to switch to your game, Vlad.
Yeah, okay, let's do this.
Okay, I'm afraid you won't have the access to the okay, maybe you can do it
okay,
like this, right? So
let's do this
let me.
like this. Yeah, today I checked this line and computer shows many possibilities for black, but I was a bit afraid about position like h6, h5 somewhere, and then white have a plan bishop e2, knight f1, which is a bit dangerous for black. Also, he can try rook h3 and before what he did in the game. So I played knight h6 with idea to castle short
Later on,
somewhere.
yeah. Okay, let me just clear these things off by pressing this. Yep. So knight h6.
Yeah, rook h3 is like
kind of
clear. He goes
logical.
for his plan. Bishop e7. This is also very logical. Yeah, and finally I did it. I castled short, and I don't know what is it, but it's really a sharp position. both sides risk it a lot. That's the kind of position I want to get today. I'm a bit of I don't like my pairings at all, so maybe I need to go for some sharp lines
With black, you
with
mean?
black, yes. So I kind of force it for it.
So you see, Vlad already gives away his tournament strategy. So that's how you play tournament. You
Yeah,
check
yeah.
the opponents, you check the pairings round one.
Yeah, and you completely understand what's going on.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you pretty
And
much
bishop-
have the plan. Yeah.
Yeah, bishop d3, f6, queen h5. It's very principal line.
But what
I don't know, what else
what's
he
wrong
can
for
do?
him? Because it looks like
I don't
he's
know.
doing logical stuff. Queen e2, you take,
Yes,
you take
but
some
maybe-
bishop h5, you win.
But maybe the position was around equal. Not a big advantage for him. Not advantage for me also. So maybe there was nothing, zero mistakes
Mm-hmm.
at this
Then,
moment. But
yeah.
but later on, maybe he made something wrong. Okay, I see that you calculated.
Yeah, we were
f5.
looking at like fe5, knight a5, but that's nonsense. No, that's
Yeah, this position is not.
knight b3. We basically
Yeah.
were illustrating
Yeah,
that you
then-
can even take on c3, go to c7, and
Yes,
basically.
but I was afraid of.
Some other knight move. Like,
No, maybe knight c5, queen d6 here.
yeah, it's not clear what he can do.
Yeah, but if he takes
just
with
take it.
queen,
This for some reason we didn't check at
knight
all.
c6.
Like, knight c6.
But knight c6, queen e2,
you-
it's still sharp.
So you don't take on f7 because on e6 because bishop f7 with the tempo and everything.
Yes,
Yeah?
but maybe white also can go for this line and then play rook h3 e3.
Mhm.
In case white will consolidate their pieces, they maybe
Yeah,
just a
like,
favorite in the game. So queen e5 also.
Queen
was
e5
very
was
interesting move.
the move maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, but he played d e5, which is also not looking bad.
Mhm. Yeah. d5. Let's
Knight
just
knight
get- yeah.
b3 is
I'll
first.
Try to
No,
tidy
it's-
things up a little so that we. Okay, so now it's. I mean, everything disappeared, but yeah, it's got
Yeah,
cleaner.
this is the
So
key
d5,
moment.
knight b3,
Yeah,
rook
he
b3.
need to take with the rook for sure, but then maybe black is a bit in favor here. I don't know for which reason, but knight f3 I can play bishop h5, something like this. I have active position also. Bishop c5 is possible here. Bishop c5, and I can let him take on h6 and.
Yeah, like taking on h6, interestingly, is never leads to anything.
Yes,
right?
it maybe never leads to anything, but maybe leads to something. I don't know. Actually, in such a position, you're just making moves, and
Yeah, I agree. but-
you know nothing about the game at this moment.
No, but what I mean, like, from the childhood, they would tell you bishop h6, gh6, your king is open, but there wasn't a single
but
line
what-
in the game here that we.
What's next?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
not single point here. Rook on b3 is just completely misplaced.
Yeah, the rook
Yeah,
is off.
this one also is not in the game, but it's
Yeah, you'll bring it. You
yeah,
can play
it's,
bishop g6, and probably
kind
black
of
is
easier
better.
to play with black.
Yeah, I completely agree.
So maybe he need to take on e5 with the queen here.
Maybe that
which
was critical. Yeah.
One of the possibilities for him. He also calculates this line. This is very strange. Knight e5, queen e5, rook b7, and here I thought that I have some ideas like e4, but maybe I can do something else. He's kind of threatening knight b3 here. In case
Yeah, bishop d6, knight b3.
Queen c3, bishop d2, queen c8, maybe rook g7
Whoa.
works, I don't know, but maybe not. Maybe I need to calculate it this line deeper. I don't know, but it looks dangerous. E4 was principal. With idea to
rook
take on
takes
c3.
queen c3, and then you're
Yeah.
trapping the bishop on c1.
This idea was very important, but it leads to very forced and long variation. Take, rook
Take on
e7,
e7,
knight
knight
f5 is
f5,
first, rook e6, e3, and here he need to sacrifice on f3. I don't know in which version it's better to do, with rook on h3 or with rook on e6. I don't know. At least I know that e3, queen c3 is
Just
kind
bad, yeah? Queen c4,
yeah, but maybe
take,
yes,
and
here is very first line, and then
rook
it's
c8, and
decisive pin.
yeah.
Yeah. So he need to sacrifice here on f3, and what's going on? I don't know. On this move, I maybe can trick him with bishop b5. Which is also very strange looking.
Yeah, if c4, then you do what? You take
Maybe
d4.
rook a8 and something.
Oh, so
Yeah,
you
if he
continue
plays
like
the game. I will
give
take
pawns
whatever.
and don't do
Everything.
don't take anything. Yeah,
Yeah,
That's
maybe,
nice.
maybe. But maybe I can bishop b5, c4 and take on f3 and rook c8 also. Some active possibilities for me. Yeah, he is up in material, but position is very
Yeah, the
strange.
king on e1, which is never safe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, and what he did? Just
yeah,
one
he
for
did-
a second.
let's
let me
go back.
clear this. Yeah, and he took with
Yes.
the pawn. Then you
Knight
said
b3,
knight
yeah.
b3.
And
He
he played
had to
knight
take
b3,
with the
yeah.
rook. Yeah, after knight b3, bishop h5. So here's the question: is
Yeah,
there
maybe
like
he
any
did to
way
play
that he
f3,
can
why
keep?
not? Why he didn't play
F3?
f3? I don't know.
We actually thought that you go for an endgame, which you probably wouldn't do, right? I mean, knowing that
No,
you
maybe I will because
Yeah, it's a favorable
he has very
endgame,
important
takes.
resources knight g4.
knight g4.
Yeah, and I can take on the5.
So
on
you
the,
win
on
the
the
pawn
next
like
move.
this.
This is very important.
Yeah, we
move.
are more positional guys. We thought bishop g4 than bishop f5, which probably also leads to like nice position for
wow,
you.
Wow! It's
You
good, yeah.
exchange, but if you win the pawn, you win the pawn. I mean, why to bother?
Yeah, but white also can take some pawns. Knight d4, rook b7.
Yeah, anyway, we agree that it's a favorable
Yes, but
endgame
he
for
can
black.
take with bishop on f1.
Aha, so that's the trick. So
much
after
better,
king,
yeah.
after king f1, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
After.
Yeah,
I can't
he
really.
can just take with the bishop.
So no.
I can force to play bishop g6.
Yeah.
What else I can do? Rook a1. And maybe this is still around equal, not more, because white can press here. In case of
h5,
knight
yeah, in
f5,
case.
press g4. d4 square is still under white controls. And this weakness is, maybe I can use it somehow, but yeah, but who knows what is it?
Yeah, so that's at least
maybe
kind of
no one.
sharp, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's-
he still
it's
has
kind
chances.
it's still sharp and very unclear position.
Because it feels like he hallucinated. He took on h5 in order to get some sort of attack, and
No,
nothing
Actually,
happened,
it's
yeah?
not clearly no attack after queen
Yeah,
h5,
yeah.
because maybe he missed rook f7. This is only reason why he goes to this line. I can understand.
Yeah, rook f7, and then there is really nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, but I saw in some lines these resources at the very beginning of the game. That's somewhere with queen on h6 and bishop on d3. I can play rook f7 and there is no mating threat at all.
Yeah. So rook
It's just
g1, you go to
completely
h8, and you're
consolidated,
safe. Yeah.
Yeah, and here maybe after knight d4, I made slight inaccuracy by playing king h8. Maybe I need to play just bishop f8. Force him to exchange on e6, but what else he can do? I don't know.
Nothing.
Maybe he need to exchange and just play rook 8. And maybe this is in human point of view much better realization for me, because I let him do some checks, random checks, What was
Actually,
Yeah.
you know what? We were praising you for finding all these tactics. We said, like, me and Alex Shimanov, we are pensioners, we would exchange queens. And then
immediately.
Vlad is very kind of a brave man. He's going for this line with rook b7, this one. Yeah?
Yeah, I just calculated everything, but why I did it, I don't know.
No, but
And
that's
still,
winning, yeah?
it looks like some chances for white here. And my only idea to take on e5. If not, maybe it's close to a draw immediately. Because he
Really?
can do a lot
Like
of
he
checks on
takes,
6
gives.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Check on g6, f6.
Yeah.
Everything is
so,
controlled.
So this line is absolutely first. I always made moves which is only want to win. And if I made one mistakes, it immediately runs away. I don't know why I go for this line, but yeah. But this position is absolutely winning.
Yeah, and the final march with the king to e4 was also
Yeah,
nice.
it was quite funny, but
Yeah, but that's already yeah. I believe
yeah,
he was in a time trouble.
I can win like I want.
Yeah, here
But, yeah.
in many ways, right? Probably you win in many ways, but that's
Yeah,
the
this
nicest
is
of
maybe
them all.
the most beautiful one.
Yeah. Anyway, congrats on good start of the tournament. Win with black in the round robin is always a nice start, right? And good luck,
Yeah, thank you.
further on. Yeah, and I hope to get Shima back because we still have some time before the time trouble's over. All right, we have one more result, long-awaited draw for Andreikin and Matlakov. That's the game that we declared the draw long time ago. And then Pankratov Goriachkina. Goriachkina's the pawn up, but well, I would lie if I would say Pankratov didn't improve his pawn structure at least a little. So that's potentially a very, very long game, and that's sad news. But at least the time control is passed here, so we postpone analysis of that one for quite some time. Alexeenko and pratkan. Move 37. White has won a pawn somewhere. And east to move. Okay. And he moved. G3. And Shima's back. Everything's good.
Everything is good in the world. Yeah.
Yeah. And White's winning. I mean, okay. Some practical chance, but I believe White should be winning. Yeah.
Should be. Yeah. I mean, just a clean extra pawn.
Ooh. So, what happened here? So he started with f4, and b3, and f5. G takes, queen g5. Clear threat. Takes, and then he took on h5. Not all that complex. Bishop to b3, finally took on h5.
Yeah. So we were trying to prepare for somehow, and he was like, "Yeah, let's
he
just go
went,
F4."
let's go f4, go f5, win the game. Yeah, c5 actually sacrifices another pawn. But he's planning for... Is he on time though? Like a take e5, take f7. I know it's a little bit dangerous, like getting the opposite colored bishops, because yeah, if the king is safe, I might be kind of under attack myself. But what kind of an attack? Yeah,
but Black's king isn't safe. I think this is the
Yeah.
most important thing in the position.
Yeah. And once again, I mean, I probably win by force somehow. If I don't, I can play bishop d5, yeah, and then
Bishop
play a
d5.
couple of solidifying moves and win later on. So Alexeenko is winning seemingly. Also has the time and the one remaining game. Okay, Pankratov Goriachkina, as I said, finished the time control. Goriachkina's pawn up. It's an end game. Pankratov has chances to draw, and this is just a draw. For some reason, still goes on.
I think they're reaching the move 40. And
Yeah,
that's it.
could be, actually, yeah. That's very important for the official commentator to read the rules sometimes, which we obviously going to do. after today's round.
Yes.
Okay, that's a dead draw. So we have Alexeenko who is winning, but perhaps not before the time control. And we have Goriachkina's game, which is this, pawn up. But that's kind of an improved situation on the king side, right? So there will be targets if, let's say, black tries to move everything. And not that easy to create, let's say, you already kind of have two connected passed pawns, but to move them forward is not that easy. Yeah. So I believe it could be a draw.
You mean objectively or
even objectively, I'm not sure if black has the way.
No, okay, let's say I go bishop e8.
Yeah, okay, king g3, and I want to start like exchanging pawns and also creating.
Alright, you exchange the pawns, but is it that helpful? Man, actually, I don't know.
I don't see how to improve, how to move. Of course, if you get it to d4, not even winning the piece, but like moving the pieces back.
My plan was to go bishop c6 and then play knight d7 and start pushing.
So h4.
But maybe it just doesn't work.
Probably
right?
takes, right? Takes.
Yeah, and maybe bishop f3.
Bishop f3, so that
I'm getting rid of my weakness on h6. I think that's my point.
There is also, instead of what I'm doing, no, I couldn't do. Yeah, I thought knight a4, but there is always some knight d5 or something. Yeah, you're right. Actually, if I go g5 and take, maybe you'll find a way to move those pawns. Yeah.
Yeah, the chances of game finishing and draw are sort of high, I guess, but I don't think objectively it's a draw.
All right, so
definitely some chance.
Once not only objectively, but in fact, is a draw. Is vitiugov Chigaev finished? So 3 draws, win for Fedoseev with black, Goriachkina pressing with black, Alexeenko wins with white. Not a single game finished, and not a single game reached the time trouble. The time control mark in women's section. Shuvalova with Ovot on seconds. On seconds, black still a pawn up. Also targets a2. Black's winning. No? I don't see the way.
Bishop c1. I guess
like bishop c1.
Yeah. It's just
c1, and then you can probably play knight c4. Bishop b4. She does. Okay.
Bishop b4 actually feels weird for some reason because the bishop won't be that stable on b4, right? I can go knight c4 and then rook b8 maybe. And
knight c4, rook b8 or rook a4.
Yeah, rook b8 I blunder upon. Yeah, so rook a4.
No,
she just took on a2. She just took on a2 and
on a2, but then rook a3.
Yeah,
rooks are swapped, and then.
And this is the benefit of being a higher rated player,
Sometimes the play against you thinks, okay, maybe let's be on the safe side. Let's be on the safe side. The pawn up, I won't lose. Maybe I'll win. Surely won't blunder anything. At move 37, black will probably trade the rooks. So that's move 38.
And that's a long one.
No surprise. No surprise. They reach the time control. They will be playing after everything's finished. Gira with Gunina still looks completely winning for Gira with bishop on e6, right? But we can't deny that Gunina has created some mess. Well, actually, I'm no longer sure if it's completely winning.
I don't really like bishop takes f4, to be honest. Knight e5 is kind of a threat, so unless there's some forced win.
Unless she's planning to take the knight.
Yeah.
Now that I'm thinking, maybe she's planning to take the knight.
But what's next? And she
does it.
She does. Just
logically, you play with Gunina, take the knights. So that means
but bishop g6 I think is a threat.
You won't blunder any forks in this case.
Although bishop g6, knight h6 at the very least.
G6, knight h6. What's the material? Material, surprisingly enough, is equal. With all those like doubled pawns and stuff. You don't wanna lose f3, right?
Yeah, so you have to protect it,
you
and then
somehow have
no,
to.
she
takes on c4. But this is more than surprising.
yeah.
Bishop takes.
Not liking it at all.
Yeah, but now how do you manage your stuff? Because e4 is hanging, and there is also like the f pawn will survive. That's what I mean. I'm not sure about bishop e2 or bishop h5 back, but yeah, it's either you can play rook f1 and pretty much agree a draw. I mean I'm not sure if black agrees a draw. Yeah, rook takes f5. It's an extra pawn for black, right? Rook takes d5, extra pawn for black.
No, it feels like white is still okay, but she actually needs to equalize here. So she just play rook e1.
E1, but now some rook g8 again, knowing Gunya now.
Yeah. And this is going south.
That starts to be dangerous, to be honest. Starts to be dangerous for Gira. And okay, but finally she reaches the time control. It was move 40, rook e1. Bodnaruk and Guseva. Bodnaruk was supposed to win after her move. Guseva was supposed to win after b6. A b6 takes, and queen c6. Knight takes, rook b8. It's an extra horse. No? d7. Why d7? Okay. No, not okay.
Not okay. I think she missed that after d8 takes c2 probably. No, c2. The rook is still hanging, right? So why didn't she play d8?
d8, queen.
Yeah.
So knight takes, rook takes. You mean we are still a piece up?
Looks like it.
Is that brilliancy?
No, but then bishop b6, right? Oh, and bishop b2, you mean, or rook h8?
No, I mean it starts to be messy. Yeah, that. Have a check.
Yeah. Funny thing is that queen b2, I think, is simply winning here.
Queen b2, yeah. Queen b2, queen. You take, go bishop f1, and you win it all day, every day.
Yeah. That lost.
First result, Bivol and Pogonina made the draw. Can't say much about this game. When Fedoseev arrived to the studio, they've just exchanged the rooks, and he said, and I agree with him on this opinion, that it looked like if anyone's better, it's black. The knight on b4 pot, somehow finished in a draw. Garifulina just reached move 40 with queens on the board. That's the longest game now. That's the longest game, because that's exactly the moment where you absolutely need to spend 25 out of your 30 minutes for white, and same has to be done for black.
It's actually, it reminds me a game from the World Cup. I think it was Pagonina-Stefanova or Stefanova-Pagonina. So they reached the time control, and white is completely winning, winning. Any move wins. And she spends 28 minutes on her next move, leaves herself with 2 minutes on the clock, and then Stefanova does the same thing as black.
Yeah, but that's very common, interestingly. Alright, so I think we've made it to the time control in every single game, and that means we have 2 games in men's tournament running. Alexeenko decided not to take on e5,
which is also fine.
Just captured bishop e3. I completely forgotten bishop e3 is a tempo. Rook h7, bishop d5. Why not? Completely winning. Pawn up. 2 bishops.
Rook on h7.
Rook on h7. So this will not last for long. Not sure if it will last at all.
Okay. I don't think you resign in this position.
It's like, I agree. You do not resign, but bishop h6. Well, actually, if I were white in this position, I would probably try to keep the bishops, like bishop f2, because this is probably a winning position still, right? But it's something that the kind of patterns you remember, so that this knight on e5 defends everything.
Yeah, but I think in this particular position, the thing is, with the bishop, you attack c5, and if he ever moves the pawn, then the bishop comes to d4.
This you simply cannot do rook e5, or even if it's not rook e5. Yeah, bishop d4, bishop comes to d4, you win. Yeah, so this bishop is very, very efficient.
Much more active than the bishop on h6, right? So that's why you want to keep them.
That's why you don't exchange. But on the other hand, Alexeenko just got half an hour, and if he finds the clear-cut win after some forcing sequence of moves, he might as well go for it.
He's capable of finding them if something exists in the position.
Yeah, right. So I believe that's more or less clear he's going to win. And for Goriachkina, yeah, she went with, let's call it your plan. But after h4, she decided to go knight h7, and that's something...
Doesn't feel right? Just way too passive.
B takes...
I think B takes indicates that Pankratov sees a concrete way of making a draw.
That's an absolutely to the point remark, because you don't want to take unless you see how to force these pawns to move and block or win one of them.
Right.
Yeah, so B takes. Okay. B takes. But how do you force them to move?
Well,
that's another question.
That's another question. Hopefully,
that's another question.
Pankratov knows the answer.
Because it's not like, it's not like black can do much. I mean, maybe bring the king to e5, but what's then, yeah? Could it be some weird kind of a fortress?
Well, but you also have to start making moves at some point.
You also have to make moves, yeah. And if you move the king too far away, that's the weakness, yeah. Okay, this will be going. So I suggest let's once again check all the games in the ladies section carefully. That's a lot of stuff to think in this position. Let's move 41.
Yeah, I mean, I think the position is still, of course, very, very unpleasant for white. Maybe just lost, I don't know, but seeing that bishop takes a2 move, now I'm thinking the game will finish in a draw.
The game might just finish in a draw because black is kind of not in the mood to win. Yeah,
it's not like she's not in the mood to win, but she wants to make it very, very
with less effort, right? With zero risk.
Safely.
Here, there's kind of no risk involved in the position, but objectively, it's much harder to win now. Giria with Gunina, rook e1, and Gunina obviously played rook g8, so that was easy to predict, even if it's like a 10th best move in the position.
Yeah,
it's the only move which allows you to play check on the next move. Yeah, I mean, I should stop with Gunina jokes, but yeah, it's very common for her to go for moves like that. And
so, rook c2 maybe is critical.
Yeah, c2. Just rook c2. Not only you're protecting g2, but you're also threatening something. You're threatening something.
That is a weird position. Bishop g4, knight h6.
Rook g6.
Yeah, and then some checks.
Probably.
But that's just a check
here, right? Like takes rook g1 now. I mean, it's very hard to.
I mean, feels like if anyone is better, it's black, I guess.
Yeah,
right?
Agree on that. So it's a big miss, I have to say. It's a big miss. We've seen this. Rook b8. King h2. Do you really need like king h2 in this position? Okay. Rook c8. h4.
It's the second weakness.
Bishop f1. It feels like being too deep. Yeah, bishop h3. This all of a sudden I start liking this stuff. Rook c2 and
I
g5.
think she was playing really, really well up till bishop takes f4. That move I don't like at all.
Yeah, here's the question. What happened? She captured on g6, gave a check, and in a couple of moves, the black bishop ended up being on f4. Do you really need to take, is the question. I mean, if you do literally all the same, like give check on e6, play rook g1, but you don't take on f6 for now.
F3 is hanging, right?
F3 is hanging, that's the thing, yeah. Okay. So what happened?
I
rook
think
g1.
Yeah, allowing now if take bishop f3, there's bishop e5.
Bishop
right?
e5, yeah. Bishop e5. So that's why bishop h6. And then it started to be kind of tactical, right? Because now knight's hanging, the pawn on f3 is
Yeah, okay.
hanging.
Knight f5, bishop f4. Now we need to
Find the move.
find maybe rook c3 or something, just to protect the pawn. Like, because I think black is actually struggling to find the next move. Could be an option as well.
I would like to play knight h6, but it doesn't
Yeah.
work. Yeah, rook c3. Yeah. Well, honestly, king g2. I understand our intentions on the g file, but even king g2 it seems like
I think the main problem in black's position is the knight on d7. Actually,
Knight
This
on
is just
g7
like the
is
worst knight. So
terrible,
that's
yeah.
why bishop takes f4 is such a big
bishop
mistake.
f4, yeah, allowing knight to e5. It turns out we are not allowing the knight to e5.
Yeah, but
Maybe
then why would we do all of this, right? The
Yeah,
knight-
and end up with rook takes c5. I mean,
Yeah.
before that, you're kind of hoping for something magical to appear for white. Yeah,
Mhm.
and yeah, when finally rook c5, bishop f3 happens, you understand that white simply misjudged the position completely.
right.
Yeah. So now we are here. Move 40 once again, and mind you, once again, guys, or rather, a man and a woman, Pankratov, Goriachkina, they close the time control, pass the time control, and they go on. In women's section, everything is stopped by by
need
move
to
40,
relax.
by move 40, by move 41.
Need to calm down first.
So this we figured out. Guseva, bodnaruk. So we've analyzed something. So instead, that's what happened. And despite being an exchange up, despite having the pawn on g7, it's not an easy task. Oops, knight e5, knight d3, knight b4, and back to d3. So black is happy with the draw apparently.
I mean, she should be. She's exchanged down, so. Yeah, it's getting tricky. Like, I'm sure white is winning somehow, but not that easy to suggest.
A lot of
Move, right?
active stuff. Yeah, bishop a4. Yeah, well, actually, bishop a4 stops the c pawn.
I mean, knight b2, knight c5.
b2, I thought I'm getting brilliant by promoting into a
okay,
queen and then going rook d7.
Okay, knight c5.
You can play knight c5. And
but then still d8, right? Then I take on c3.
bishop. Yeah. That's already something to talk about. d8. If bishop takes queen c3, yeah, maybe white just wins with bishop a4.
Oh, but I don't have to move my knight. So let's say I play h5, whatever.
Yeah. What do you do? Yeah. What you do?
In fact, h5 is not that random of a move, right?
Yeah. I mean, maybe just push this guy forward once again. Alpha 0 thing. Maybe it's not that easy at all. Maybe it's not winning at all. Maybe it's not winning anymore. Okay, let's imagine we have all the time in the world. What's the winning mechanism? What kind of position we want? Free the rook, get to a8. Okay, sounds like a plan.
Maybe queen d5, bishop
Queen
b3.
d5, bishop b3. Yeah, but queen d5 here it does run into c2.
Yeah.
And somehow I can't do much.
So maybe I should move the rook away first.
Mm-hmm.
f1.
That's kind of logical analysis, yeah. And then
Yeah.
you come up with moves like rook f1, and it's easy prophylactical move, and so on, yeah.
Well, on the other hand, if we can do this kind of logical analysis, I think Marina is capable as well.
Yeah. Well, in fact, you can play rook a1. I mean, this is what I keep forgetting, that c2 you just take. And after the exchange...
Yeah, but rook a1, what's your next move?
Rook a1, what's my next move?
h4.
Yeah. It's not queen d5, yeah, because c2. Oof, it's getting harder and harder. Okay, so Guseva thinking. We have more games to cover. Kashlinskaya and Galyamova obviously playing, and will be playing, I think, till... I mean, another... till the time's finished. Till the time's finished.
Oh, actually the pawn on h5 looks like some kind of achievement for white, right?
Was it forced? Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised, to be honest, that literally the plan that we've mentioned, like push the pawns and create the pass pawn.
Maybe b5, b4. So you kind of want to
create a
a5,
pass pawn
I guess?
of your own. Yeah, maybe it was an option. But anyway, rook e8. Okay, rook e6 doesn't sound that stupid. That. No progress in terms of kind of equalizing the game.
Yeah. I mean, queen c7 is a threat.
Queen c7 now.
Rook e8
now is a threat, right?
Actually, rook e8, queen c7, rook d8 takes king f3.
Yeah, okay. I mean that's what happens when you skip like 10 moves in a row, right? So now queen c7, and you actually, I won't be surprised at all if you lose this angle, which you probably do. Yeah, which you probably do. The king simply gets to d5, the rook is free, and yeah, so it's no. And she did play rook e8.
Because otherwise, how do you stop queen c7, right?
But then it's.
It does feel lost now.
Is there any
queen c6 maybe?
Queen c6.
But that's not how you say this, right?
Right.
Rook c4?
That's what I thought. Rook c4, rook c8. In order not to resign, it's already like an extra pawn. Am I on time? King f3, king here. I'm not, yeah? King d4, king d7, king c5, rook b8. I'm not on time like this in a stupid way. Maybe I'm on time in a clever way. I don't know. That. Who knows? I mean, this might be winning, honestly. Okay, not that, because I'm blundering rook d3. Yeah, so tricky. Still tricky. Yeah, queen c6 obviously is what... anyway, queen c6 is what black will have to do after queen c7. Otherwise, it's just resigns.
But it's getting worse and worse for Galyamov.
Yeah, absolutely. Another question. Sorry, queen c7. Wait, rook e8. Queen is not moving. Rook's moving, queen is not moving.
You're only allowed to move rook here. This year.
Yeah, seriously. It's a glitch, which kind of suggests that probably the time has come for another coffee break, right? So we'll check one more time. Open tournament, let me call it open. Yeah, brilliant. Now I understand what Pankratov wants. Takes, knight goes here, knight f2, knight goes to h3, he takes on g5 and goes king h4.
Isn't it like dangerous for black?
I would be worried. Yes, I would be worried. But wait, but this happened only because the king is on h6.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she blundered this.
You can go back, but she's still on time, yeah? Knight f2, back to g7, just quickly, knight h3, king to f6. And then probably that's the moment when he just sits and waits.
Also knight f6 is a move, right?
After knight h3?
After knight f2.
Sorry, yeah. Knight f6 here, so that after knight h3 you give a check, and technically it is a pin, but yeah, it's not allowed. It's not allowed.
And then
to go here.
d5, so this may
Yeah.
get
With knight on
dangerous.
e4 you just win. Yeah, with knight on e4 you just win because the d pawn is moving. So after knight f6, I will have to invent something else.
Like what?
Like, don't know, maybe I just do this.
d5?
d5 and try to come from that side. So I'll have bishop d8, I'll have bishop b6 ideas. But yeah, it's getting scary, to be honest. Because there might be the case when I say I win g5 and that's the moment when you promote the pawn. Yeah. So I don't know what happened. Was it
Planned?
planned? Yeah. Did Goriachkina find something? Still not out of Pankratov still not out of the woods. Yeah. And Alexeenko is, of course, winning. Bishop f2, bishop back to g7. Okay, a4, c4. Trade here. Feels like a couple of precise moves needed. One of them being bishop d4. Why not to play bishop d4? Because you can find a better move, says Alexeenko, and plays queen a2, opting to penetrate with the queen. Understandable.
Looks winning. Not much to add here.
Yeah, so that's winning for white. It will be parity, right? Black 1-1, white 1-1, and then it will all be decided in this game. If it's black's round, yeah, like black wins or white wins. Here, d8 queen. What's that?
Something very either genius or not
Or
so
a
smart.
blunder.
Takes rook d3, c2.
And rook, queen c3. Dude, it's queen c3.
Oh, but queen c3 is.
And again,
simple
the queen
enough,
is not
yeah.
moving. Yeah, but queen c3 just wins.
Why doesn't it?
I don't know. Yeah, but queen
Doesn't wanna
c3
move.
wins. So after d8, maybe because we promoted it. Maybe that's why the glitch. Because we promoted it here, and quite possibly we promoted it in the other game. Okay. It's clearly the up is tired, and to be...
Okay, and if queen takes, then what's
If
the...
queen takes, maybe I attack this one more time, like queen, which I cannot move, to c2,
Right.
and then I take it, and you keep the c3 pawn, but it's blocked. But
Not-
still, it's
not
yeah.
easy, yeah. And also
Yes.
knight b4, I think, could be a move.
Might be 4, yes, right, you are. I take on d8, you take on c2.
Again, probably winning for white, but... And she's just taking on the queen, yeah, so...
Yeah, queen b1, maybe it's tiny bit
b1,
more
yeah,
precise, but wait, but then it's queen c7. Then you cannot take with... you can with the bishop and the queen.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
that's the point.
Okay, queen b1 played. Queen b1 played, so chances for white, but still not decided yet.
Yeah, so feels like not the most precise conversion by Marina, but good enough, right?
Yeah, should be good enough, and I believe we should be taking a little break of some 10 minutes, and yeah, we'll come back to cover the remaining games, which are plenty. I was honestly not expecting that many games to survive the time trouble stage, but here we are. In open tournament, we still have 2 games running. In women's tournament, we have only 1 game finished.
As always,
Yeah, as always.
women's...
More fighting spirit, yeah.
we have more.
Okay, so we will be back after some 10 minutes, if of course we are allowed to run away.
Меня зовут Юрий Львович Авербах. Мне 97,5 лет. По профессии я гроссмейстер, старейший гроссмейстер мира. Когда мне было 12 лет, я прочел всего Шекспира. И это мне доставило большое удовольствие. Я считал, что английский язык – это язык будущего. И не ошибся. Огромную роль шахматы приносят детям, которые начинают изучать иностранный язык. В результате они овладевают языком и одновременно овладевают шахматами. Если ты хочешь оставить след в жизни, ты должен создать что-то. Надеюсь дожить до 100 лет и издать еще 2 книги.
Там, где Европа встречается с Азией. Башкортостан – крупнейший современный центр нефтегазодобычи и нефтехимии. Территория мощной энергетики, большого металла и передовой фармацевтики. Мы поднимаем в небо лучшие в мире самолеты и вертолеты. Столица Башкортостана – город Уфа. Мы стремимся к победам и побеждаем. Башкортостан. Республика на все 100.
Aeroflot, Russian Airlines.
Okay, and back we are with the first round of Russian Superfinal with some updates after the time control. We've got one more result. Shuvalova and Ovod made the draw. So Shuvalova made the draw. She was struggling for the most part of the game, but yeah, managed to hold it. And the resulting position was the opposite colored endgame with no chance for black to break through to create any sort of passed pawns. Other games in progress, so we'll check. Yeah, okay, we actually have not only the pairings but the results. You can see in men's tournament, which we have to call open tournament. Yeah, thanks to Aleksandr Goriachkina, who is still playing. So you see the results are Fedoseev winning against Motilev, and all the draws with 2 games remaining, with Alexeenko winning and Goriachkina perhaps still having chances to win. In the ladies section, not a single decisive game yet. Draw for Polina Shuvalova and Evgenij Ovod, draw for Alina Bivol and Natalia Pogonina. But there certainly will be some decisive games. Alright, so that's the final position in Shuvalova Ovod, and we move on. Giria and Gunina. Does it, I mean, now it looks like it changes again. So at some point it looked in, like in black's favor already. Rook c3, perhaps the move that we've kind of missed, yeah, yes. And then after this check, king h3. Well, actually, rook f2 is still there. Oh no, rook c8. Rook c8 is a little bit unpleasant. Yeah, I was kind of focused on black not losing material, but there is also a rook c8 threat. So rook c3 pushes the bishop away. Rook f1 forces f3. Rook g1. Yeah, and this formation, if it survives, it's actually still kind of threatening and restricting, yeah, black's pieces. K8, knight here. Not sure if this is a draw, question mark. Nobody knows, because Gunina won't play it. Bishop g4, rook goes here, rook g7, rook c7. So now, if white exchanges the rooks, gets the king to f2, maybe it's too much to ask. Yeah, I agree, but if the king gets to f2, if a pair of rooks exchanged, white has all the chances.
Yeah, so that's why I'm not so sure about the last move. I think king g1 was actually possible.
After rook g7, yeah.
Right, but maybe f5 was
g7, the idea. G7, f5. Hang on. Then I have rook c8, exactly the moment where the c8 square is available.
It does look good.
Rook g8, and then I trade, take on f5 and claim that I'm winning. I'm not sure if I do.
Rook d8,
maybe I don't. Yeah, rook d8, rook d1 is not possible. Rook c5 is b6. If you take this pawn, then probably making a draw. Aha, and the situation is even more complex than I've originally thought, because Giria is down to less than 4 minutes.
But that's what we expected, right? That she would spend all of your time.
Yeah.
After the time control.
Yeah, to be fair, she did play a few moves. It's not like it's move 42, it's move 46, yeah, but still. Right, and Guseva bodnaruk, the game that we are attempting to analyze right before going for a break, yeah. So d8 queen, queen b1, h5, swap on d3. And the question is if black can keep the queens, yeah?
Queen h8.
Queen h8. Oh, well, it actually does keep the queens.
It does make some sense, right?
Yeah. Check, king h6, right? So at least the c pawn is protected. But
yeah,
c6, yeah. This is kind of a bad scenario for black, right? I mean, if white gets the queen behind the pawn, so rook is more or less free.
To go to d6, I guess. Yeah.
Can go to d6, d7, can go to d3. I mean, one of the ways to win is like go to, say, d3 and bring the king all the way here, like keep sure make sure that that you're threatening something, so black cannot activate the queen. Maybe it's winning after all.
I mean, I think it is. White is just exchange up, even if she doesn't exchange the queens immediately. I mean, it still should be winning, right? I mean, exchange.
Exchange
In the end of the
the
day, the rook is a better piece, right?
better piece than the bishop. Yeah, that's expert analysis right here for you. A rook worth 5 pawns and bishop only 3. That's what they say.
And I guess we should mention that taking on c2 doesn't win for black, right?
Yeah. That's a little but very important detail. So no rook c3, no rook d1, but there is rook d7 check, and then rook c7 wins the c pawn. Okay, here the time situation. Queen a5 played by black. It kind of does allow the same check. King probably goes to h6 and queen c6. I don't know why, but it feels right on c6. Right?
I agree.
You can play maybe there's like better moves like queen c8 could possibly be better, but you've played queen c6. You're doing the right thing, so you're probably winning.
I mean, the queen controls the c pawn, attacks f6, controls
the diagonal
sometimes.
As well, the diagonal sometimes will be important.
I guess g6 is actually the key weakness here, because rook g6 will win for white, right?
Yeah, and with queen on c6, your next move could be king g2.
You can do whatever.
So that there would be any checks, and then you make sure you play rook d6, and even if by some miracle black promotes this pawn, that's exactly the moment when you checkmate the king. Okay, so that's winning for white. Kashlinska and Galyamova. Interestingly, after this rook returned to e8, white decided not to go for queen c7, but
this could be her last chance,
d5, rook d8, queen d4, rook c8, rook d8, rook e8. Not really. I mean, black is not doing anything.
Yeah, but black isn't doing anything, but how do you get the same...
So whenever this is played, it's rook c8.
It's rook c8, that's one thing, and the second thing, now your king is on h2, not on f3 and or e4, right?
Yeah. Which... by the way, is not clear why it's there. Why can I play? I mean, controlling all the squares. Why can I play king f3, possibly even king f4, play g4, and then try to swap the queens? I mean, I understand it's a little bit vulnerable, but that's sort of the way to play for a win. Okay, so I have a theory. Galyamova is known for spending a lot of time. So maybe all this idea of white hovering around is just to wait till Alyssa is down to 1 minute, and then come up with any viable plan.
Some G4 stuff, right? Some point.
G4. Well, actually, G4, G5 also can be an idea under right circumstances. Like put the queen on D4, go G4, G5, create the notorious second weakness in the position.
If that's the case, this is actually very smart from Kashlinska.
Yeah,
because with 1 minute on the clock, it will be much harder to defend once white pushes the pawns.
Right, and there is one more game which, honestly, if you'd ask me what kind of position is there, I'll say I don't know. Garifulina. There was this complex thing, and after move 40.
No, can we take a brief look at what happened after
the opening?
The last time we actually left it, I think, after knight d6, right?
It was so interesting, in fact. But the moment that I've switched to this game, Fedoseev right to the studio, and then I've never came back, in fact. And that's one of those positions that you really want to check every move, in fact. Yeah. After bishop g6, the feeling is like it has to be bad.
As I said, I'm almost sure that bishop a5 is the right move. So
okay, knight a4 looks like white does sensible thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
h5, queen b4, knight c6, queen h4, bishop d8. Yeah, okay. Here's the thing. Could it be that white forgotten to take on... I mean, it looks like she played queen b4 and she forgotten that knight c6 is a move.
Could be the case.
Because Yeah, I mean that's a dark square bishop which defends dark squares. So I mean I would probably try to take and go queen b4 if anything. Maybe the reason for that is then queen c5 is an option. Yeah, maybe I'm trying to oversimplify it. Okay. Okay, what has happened? Bishop d8, queen h3, knight e5. I don't know what was happening, but it was sharp. Man, it was sharp.
This was probably one of the most interesting games, right?
Yeah, that for some reason we never looked at. Rook c3, queen to g5, rook c6. Yeah, starting from this moment on, it actually looks like white does something really clever. Queen e3.
Well, it is clever, I guess, but 3 pawns down.
Running out of pawns, yeah? Running out of pawns, slowly but surely. Rook h6, okay. Bishop b3, rook c8. Okay, 6. I have a feeling that something is hanging. I don't know why.
You mean for white?
Yeah.
Like knight c4?
e4 maybe? But then you can take knight okay. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, king g8, blundered on e6.
Most likely, yeah.
It's nice. So takes. Trade. And it's quite a lot of pins, right? Rook f5. If you take, the bishop takes both rooks. If you play bishop f6, this...
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
A lot of pins, really. Yeah, that's a lot of pins. So that's how she blundered, it seems, yeah? Seems that's how she blundered.
Maybe she didn't. Maybe she just wanted to get the king in this
maybe it's not the end. Yeah, maybe it's not the end.
I mean, she was 3 pawns up. Now she's like, okay, 1 pawn up, but at least the king is more or less safe, right?
h3. Bishop c5. Bishop b6.
Yeah, I think h3 is
too slow.
Too slow, right? I mean, you still pawn down, and I guess generally it's a useful move, but I'm also certain that she blundered bishop c5.
Yeah, quite possibly. So you can't take, yeah, and then black seriously improves the bishop's position on b6. Also,
e6 is hanging as well.
Switches off the rook on a6. Yeah, that white obviously does not trade. I don't know why, obviously, but that's what you do. You do not trade. Rook d6, rook d3. Now it has to be completely winning, and maybe it is. Takes on a2, takes on f1, queen d5. Yeah.
Yeah, but the position we see on the board isn't completely winning, so I'm not sure what happened. But
wait, what? That one is still winning. Okay, h4 is a little bit hanging.
Who cares? Yeah, but it's
queen
e4,
2
pawns up, right?
That's a rook endgame. What a clever observation on my part.
I mean, this is very clever indeed, but it really reminds me the Shavalova over the game.
Yeah, so black at that point just thought, okay, I'm about to blunder something, let's...
Yeah, I mean, she has a minute on the clock, so kind of makes sense, although not really. And this must be a draw, right?
I don't honestly don't even see how you kind of play it. Okay, rook d6 now, yeah. So I don't know how to do it. Well, actually, rook h5. Rook h5, rook h6. Yeah. So she kind of has the answer to anything. So I won't win the pawn. But okay, I can put it here. I can probably go g3. I don't know for what reason. Can go king f2 and try to get it to g4. Maybe there is still some
it's
play,
still a game,
yeah?
okay, so...
There's still some play, like you'll play g6 and try to run with the king all the way. Yeah, maybe there is still some chance.
But it's still...
It was 2 extra pawns and now it's like some slight chances.
Some slight
chances to win. Okay, so a
decision.
little bit disappointing. This we've seen, right? Guseva, bodnaruk, queen on c4, but pretty much the same thing. White is completely winning, and that's it. Yeah. And Gierev is Gunina, and Gunina, if you remember, she never trades. So bishop d7, well, which makes sense now. Rook g8, rook f1.
But she has to trade right now.
Now she kind of has to trade. Or go back, yeah, I mean, trade by going back to g4, right? Yeah. It'll be nobody knows what.
I have a feeling thanks to this f5 break, it should be a draw somehow, but I mean after we exchange the rooks.
We exchange the rooks. And
I'm not
like
sure at all.
f5 is threat, yeah. How do I do it? Do I ever go d6?
Well,
No.
d6 you may lose the pawn.
Rook d8, yeah. Okay, we are still shown this rook endgame, which is probably a draw. This one, yeah, Gira exchanges it. Well, actually, there was a way to repeat the position with rook c1,
Right.
yeah. So
I think she had to play rook c1 for two reasons. I mean, first of all, she's down on the clock, so it's gaining her some time, and secondly, Gunina would turn it down somehow. Right?
yeah. So there would be a chance for kind of a better version, yeah.
Right.
Indeed. Okay, so she swaps and goes rook c1
And
anyway, and then we kind of need f5 in the right moment,
Right.
which might be right now, yeah.
I mean, it's amazing because they've played like countless games against each other, right? And so Gira must know Gunina very well.
Yeah.
So I mean, rook c1 in that sense is so natural. right?
Very annoying move for
Yeah.
Valentina Gunina,
Yeah,
indeed,
yeah.
yeah. In the Open tournament, and Alexeenko, I'm quite amazed, but still did not win his game. And okay, Queen a2, that's what we've seen. Queen d8, bishop d4, knight g4, Queen to a7. Turns out that black can take, play f6. Is there a chance that white's not winning at all?
I don't think he spoiled anything. Just probably not the
Rook
most.
f4, inviting to take on h2, after which e5 perhaps wins, yeah? Maybe that's the point. So knight on h2 is not threatening anything.
Yeah,
I can
e5
play
is a nice
e5,
move.
queen e5, it's queen f8, and if pawn takes, it's rook f8. Actually, queen f8 wins as well. I mean, if you wish, yeah.
Right.
Rook f8 wins the queen. Yeah.
Oh, I don't think he's taking on h2. On the other hand, like what else?
What
Just
do you do? Right, you cannot protect this horsey. If you go back to e5, you kind of holding up for now, but 2 pawns down, yeah? 2 pawns down, knight d7, white has to have... Oh, okay,
Queen d6.
Queen d6, queen a7.
Rook f2, rook h2.
Uh-huh.
Is that your line?
I mean, it's crazy how this knight, being far away from the king, still protects a lot of, kind of covers a lot of squares.
Right.
And it might be winning still, but you know, that's exactly the type of situation you want to avoid.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
I mean, you probably win if you run away from the perpetual, which is actually not given, right? You probably do, and you just run somewhere to like e6. That's once again. That's when I see rook h2. That's exactly the kind of a move which makes me want to go back and find something more
Right.
more convincing.
That being said, I mean that king h3, king g4.
Yeah,
should be winning
probably
for white.
wins. Yeah, probably wins. Oh, so rook f4. Well, what did we say? Knight e5. Maybe there is something simple. So again, takes knight d7. The sad thing
Even queen,
is,
queen d4.
the sad thing is that he's blocking with the rook. I mean, this might be just a winning position. Like I play e5 and claim I'm winning. Yeah. But the sad thing is that there is only a perpetual. There is no checkmate.
Yeah, but you don't want to give up the exchange if you don't win.
Exactly.
On the spot, right?
Exactly. If I cannot take on f6, is there anything else I can do? What's black's next move? I mean, let's use some kind of Dvoretsky algorithm. Well, actually, knight d3 is black's next move.
Yeah, I guess.
Knight d3 is black's next move.
Yeah, and I think, knowing Kirill, I think he's a very principled player, and he's not that kind of a guy who stops after rook h2 and says...
So this variation, even though it looks a bit surreal, it's very likely to happen.
I think so, yeah.
Rook h2 here, I don't have any checks, and I don't have any way to protect the f2 rook. So I have to take. Check, I have to go to h3. That's the only check in the position.
King h4, I guess?
King h4, only check in the position. King g5, only check in the position.
Queen f4 should be good.
Queen f4 wins, because if this, it's a checkmate into a beautiful checkmate from h6. Yeah, and if we trade the queens, that's, I mean, with such active pieces, should be enough.
Nothing to talk about,
Should be enough. Wow. But still, somehow he made it look a little bit more complex than he wanted himself. Pankratov with Goriachkina. Whoa. What happened?
That's interesting.
White is up a piece. It's not like he's playing for a win, I believe, with the a pawn, and the bishop of the wrong color, if anything. But anyway, a drastic change to the position. That's what we've seen. King g7, knight h3, king f6. Yes, so black regrouped this way. And then white started just, sit and wait. Knight h3 and bishop f5, sacrifice. Check, a4. d4. Alrighty.
Well, black is obviously not risking too much, but somehow,
Is he winning? Not clear, yeah? Yeah, and look at Alexeenko. I think he has calculated, now he's going to play this line, because he captured on f6 without any pause. Captured on f6, and then he stopped after knight d7, which is I mean, it's not. On that level, you don't miss.
Just double checking everything.
Just double checking. Yeah, queen d6 played. Black once again doesn't have a choice.
This line is just very straightforward. So I actually think that.
Dude, is king h1 easier winning? Because it's a checkmate. Yeah, that and that. Right? No, wait a second. What am I saying? It's a check here, right?
King g2.
Yeah, so then, I mean, I thought king g2, queen a2.
But
and that's why I went here. Yeah, so just go king g2 immediately, right? Just go king g2 immediately.
But queen a2, king f3. We don't even
king
need
f3, and we don't need anything. We don't need the same line. Yeah. Then this is winning. And he went for it. He already went king g2. So that's now, I'll take my words back. It's very convincing, in fact,
rook f2 was kind of convincing as well. So, but king g2, just very simple.
Yeah. What do you do in this position? I mean, do you checkmate in 2, or you take on f6, and I mean, you still checkmate your opponent.
You sure?
Yes.
Rook queen h6.
Yeah, I mean, queen h6, queen f8, but that's, no, I mean, honest person has to checkmate into. Yeah, you're that's a coward move. I imagine there are quite a few people in this world who would who would intentionally play Queen F6, seeing that Queen F2.
I guess it depends on who your opponent is.
Yeah. What's your thoughts about your opponent?
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you have to play a person you don't really like, right? That's part of the game. So,
and then maybe you allow yourself kind of a little something.
right.
King F3, yeah, nothing, absolutely nothing to be done. No stalemate, no. Only one check on E5, and then you can give up everything.
Resigns, right?
Yeah, it's resigns. So we only have Goriachkina and Pankratov.
He does
playing.
resign.
Yeah, he does resign after King F3. Well, hard to judge, but I'd say starting from some point. Okay, a draw is a wrong result, I believe. Yeah, it says a draw, but obviously it's just the problem with this digital board not fixing the result correctly. White has won.
Yeah, kind of. The opening stage, it felt like Preki was doing fine, and then at some point it just became really one-sided.
You kind of got outplayed, and once again we can doubt a little the necessity and also the objective strength of this maneuver. Bishop E6, C4 takes the knight.
Meanwhile, Pankratov just took on D4, and
Well,
just
a
resigned.
lot of stuff happens at the same time. Yeah, Bodnaruk just resigned because the king gets here, pawn falls.
We can take on the very next move as well.
Take
right?
on C3. We can take and return. Yeah, sorry, that's a little bit easier. So Guseva wins, but still 3 games in the women's section go there. Pankratov captured on D4 with the bishop and then the knight.
So he hopes to win the A pawn somehow, right?
Or
Or
he thought, sometimes you just calculate the line and you understand, like knight's gonna go to E6 and you won't have a second chance. Maybe that's
that makes sense.
The other explanation, yes. So it's either you're absolutely sure that you, win the A pawn and make a draw, or maybe you do it out of desperation.
Because if you don't win the pawn, at least to me, it's not obvious that this is a draw.
Wait a second. I don't know whether
King E4.
I wanted to do one thing. It's like I wanted to say that the pawn endgame in some cases is a draw because the pawn is this diagonal, right? So I'll take it and I'll be right on time to run to C1. This kind of this useless knowledge kind of. Yeah, King F4, knight to C6. Threatens this and go back.
Yeah, but like knight E6 or knight E7, right? Put the knight on C5.
That.
Or we just play A5.
And maybe you just play A5 and we pretend that nothing happens, right? We can technically move the knight and go back.
Mm-hmm.
Move the knight and go back, yeah. Yeah, maybe it's just a draw. Yeah, keep the king on G2, let's say, so that black knight's far away. Probably will hold. They're also playing, Pankratov plays pretty fast. Maybe that's the moment he's going to think. He can start by going A5.
Yeah, but looking at him, he knows it's a draw, I think. He doesn't look too worried.
So we left with this game in the open and 3 games still.
Gunian's pawn is on F2.
Gunian's pawn is on F2. What happens? So, Rook C1, F5 immediately, of course, because that's the most active move in the position, right? E takes, Rook E5, Rook D1, F2, Rook D4.
That's risky.
That's a risky stuff, yeah.
Stuff, yeah.
It's a risky stuff, but
So if I take on f5? Oh, just king g2.
with the bishop, yeah, probably king g2, and it's, I wanted to say it's, maybe you play bishop f3, but then rook f4 happens, yeah?
And if d6, what was your plan?
d6, I thought I go here. I don't know if it
May work, yeah.
yields me anything. Maybe rook e2 is funny, yeah? I know that, but then knight f1 and your d-pawn queens. It's a lot of tricks.
No, rook e1, I think is good enough.
Rook e1 could be, yeah. So bishop f3, d6, rook e1, unless once again, no, but that's nonsense, yeah. Knight f1. If not knight f1, if it's d7, then I think I win, yeah. Check, takes, and queen. I mean, God knows, rook d. Ah, no, the knight's hanging. The knight's hanging, and queen g2 is a threat, yeah. But still tricks, yeah, still tricks there.
So Nick is asking about Goriachkina game. When she played king f4, he's suggesting king g4 could have been more precise.
After this check, to go to g4, but then maybe white can still play king g2. Or and then you forget about the a pawn and you're trying to queen the g pawn, yeah.
Not
Say
very
this.
likely, I guess. Although it takes some time for white to take that pawn, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and then you have to pick the side, and then black kind of goes to the opposite side.
Right.
Yeah, I
Okay,
mean,
this is unpleasant. Yeah, I agree.
kind of in practical game, it can be really, really unpleasant. Yeah.
And she kind of does the same thing now, actually.
So wait a second. I take
g3.
g3, king goes wherever it goes. And then you do this.
Yeah.
I move the horsey. You give a
Wait,
check.
isn't it lost?
It does look lost. It does look lost, yeah. I mean, impressively, this knight from f4, not only it helps the g-pawn promote, but it also kind of blocks the knight from accessing the game.
Okay.
In
So
a couple of moves back, it
Yeah.
was blocking the knight from accessing those squares, right?
So I guess we need to reconsider the things here.
Pankratov plays
A5.
a5 for now. a5, how does that help?
No, I'm actually not so sure.
And
then
it does
because
help in this way, so that you're never winning this endgame. Yeah, never winning this endgame by a huge margin, right? You have a pawn on a5, and the pawn is on. I mean, it's not important what this pawn is. It's on g4, g3. Yeah, but the fact that it's pawn on a5 kind of gives you an extra tempo. Yep, g3, king g2, king g4, knight. No, d5 or d3.
Yeah, and then don't
d5 maybe?
d5 and then like king h4, let's say.
King h4. Fair enough. But then I can play knight e3, threatening. And if it's a check, I go here. Yeah.
Alright, yeah. Looks like
Probably a draw still. But that was tough, yeah. King g4 played. And knight d5 played at tempo, so apparently he figured out everything. Garifulin and Voigt made a draw, the game where, once again, black at some point had a couple of extra pawns and went for the rook ending, and white successfully defended it. So 2 games in the women's section, and Pankratov facing Goriachkina. No way Goriachkina wins this one. That's what I think. That's what I think.
Yeah, this is a draw, so I think Galamo's game might be interesting because she just played b5.
Yeah,
finally.
Something has changed. Finally, okay.
She
lost the a pawn and then she played b5.
And she
she's
has
on
no
second.
time.
She's on seconds. Yeah. So, in fact, Kashlinska's play pays out. b4, queen f4. She was not doing all that much, Alina. King f8, rook d4, b6, queen
H7, no?
I mean, that's what I was tempted to do, but apparently rook takes, and check king e7, check rook e6, maybe she would be alive. Yeah. So what happened was queen d5, king g8, check, and takes, and exactly this check stops you from winning the d6 pawn. But now it's winning. I mean, it's all the same, but
Yeah.
even up a pawn for white.
Still strange defense by Galemo. Like it's sort of obvious that the passive defense can't really succeed here, and that's the advantage of having an extra pawn on queen side, that you can just start pushing your pawns, right?
Yeah, right. Like, I think they were saying this about a little bit different types of endings, that like the one that we were talking during the break. When you have like the opposite colored bishops, you have an extra pawn, let's say, and rooks are on the board. I mean, this kind of so you're not winning immediately, but you can hover around. So for your opponent, the task of making a draw, he cannot solve it. There is no way to make a draw, to survive till a draw, right? And Galyamova deliberately took this approach of, okay, I will be just moving around and waiting till you get bored and offer me a draw, right? Instead, she could really organize the passed pawn and just kind of force a draw.
Yeah, but I'm really curious if Alina had it all planned, or she just didn't really see a plan.
The way, yeah. That's another question, of course. Okay, rook e5, but now you can give a check, go rook d5, even like that. So this queen ending has to be completely winning. So that's kind of an added bonus, because before that'd be an immediate draw, and now it's kind of an extra option to speculate. So you can offer the rook trade. Maybe you just win straight up, because check, king g8, you go rook d5. If rook moves, you take now queen d6, and we are talking queen d6. No, I missed this queen d6.
Queen d6, rook d5.
Rook d5 and goes here.
And then the queen.
This is still, of course, completely winning. This h5 pawn is good.
I guess queen d5 is a classic move to play, right?
It's winning this way or another.
Yeah.
All right, queen d3 check played. Galemo was on seconds as well. I think we might as well go back to Goriachkina's game, because seeing Pankratov's last move, knight f1, knight from f1 targets the pawn, so it should be pretty forcing now.
Knight f5.
I wonder if this is a draw.
I mean,
it's very common, so that thing is a draw, and then you just go. And there are some weird positions. There are some positions where, say, your king is on b6, knight on c5, king on d6, and then it's all about, like, if you have or don't have the... No, that's not...
No, in this case...
But there are some positions where it's like the extra tempo matters. But here you'll never be on time, it seems. Yeah, you'll be able to protect it with the knight, and king will be attacking it. Yeah, knight g3...
Oh, she went...
she went for that, but
that's
that's just nothing. That is just nothing. Knight to e4. And king f3, and nothing to be done.
Black's king even can come closer, right?
Yeah, knight c6, and she offers a draw herself. And that concludes the round in the open section with two decisive results. Fedoseev wins against Motilev, and Alexeenko beats Aleksandr Pretke. All the rest finished in a draw, right? All the rest are draws.
Yeah. Decent result for Goriachkina. I mean,
anyway, yeah,
like prior to the game, I'm pretty sure she would be satisfied with draw. Here, we don't know if she was winning, but probably she wasn't.
Clearly, she had chances. She was pressing. Overall, if she'll play 10 more games like that, she'll win some. She'll not lose any. And she'll be in the top 3. She'll be in the top 3.
That's the plan. Yeah.
So the good thing about playing the man, the open event is you don't have to score +6 to win the tournament.
Right.
So, well, in fact, for her it will be not that
And
hard.
sometimes, as we remember from the previous tournament, +5 is not enough, right, to win
Yeah, in the women's
section. Yeah.
And the lowest result to tie for first in the Superfinal was +1.
Yeah.
And a lot.
I think
a
Andreikin
lot of-
won that.
Yeah,
year.
Andreikin won that one. Yeah. The huge tiebreak. Yeah, okay, so we are left with 2 games. Kashlinskaya winning position against Galyamova now. Perhaps finally you can do your it's
But
black
her
to
queen
move,
was
yeah.
on F5.
It's black to move, yeah. Her queen was on F5. She decided not to do it. Okay, fair enough.
Well, she can do whatever here. Right? There's
Yeah, here
zero
it's
counterplay for
here
black.
it's just winning. Maybe she can wait for Galyamova to blunder one more pawn. Who knows? And Giria with Gunina. I mean, by that point it has to clarify. Well, actually, it kind of did.
Well, I guess it did in the sense that white is not losing this game, right?
Yeah.
If that's winning,
That's winning, not clear,
Not
right?
clear.
Bishop has to be moved, and it is moved to d5.
now
Somehow you need your knight. Where do you need your knight?
E5
Gotta give a
ideally,
check,
I guess.
yeah. In one move,
Yeah.
preferably in one move. Probably white's not winning. I mean,
I don't
I
think
don't
so.
know.
Yeah,
That's like knight d7 is a try.
rook e2 even. I think.
And rook e2, just give a check, go rook e2, yeah. Yeah, check probably doesn't really hurt, and then just go rook e2. You're threatening bishop e6. In that case, by the way,
Rook f5. Oh, the king is
Wait,
on
what?
g3, so it's not as dangerous. Yeah.
rook f5 here. Okay,
Actually makes sense, right?
a little
Knight
bit.
e7 is an idea, no?
A little bit of a coward move, kind of targeting the bishop, seemingly not having any threats, but
No, rook f5 is a good move, I think. Yeah. Knight e7 is a threat now.
knight e7 is a threat
Still,
now. Yeah, and I mean just to show off after bishop c6. The move knight e6 doesn't make any sense whatsoever, but technically it is an idea. It's right.
Playable. at
It
least,
is
yeah.
an idea. It cannot be taken because of f7.
She does it.
Bishop c6 played, yeah. Okay, knight e6 won't be played, I believe. Yeah, it
You
depends.
think so? I
yeah.
mean, I just don't really see the point of playing knight e6.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It will not be played because.
Oh, you said it.
No.
Oh,
Sorry.
I thought you said you
Will
you
be.
wanna
No.
play. Yeah.
No. It will not be played. I mean, with kind of flip the board, and if Gunina will see knight e6, there is a chance she'll play just for that.
Actually, the more I think about it, the more it feels totally fine for black. Actually, and like rook d4 now.
Yeah, rook
like,
d4.
Isn't it?
I mean, that's what I'm
can it
thinking.
get dangerous for white?
That's what I'm thinking. Okay, white is up a pawn and all, but yeah, if black wins the pawn, preferably the one on f6.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't it? Yeah, by the way, speaking of the f6 pawn, rook d6 kind of wins back the f6 pawn.
Yeah.
You're probably not,
King f4,
not
right?
winning the game after that, yeah?
Or king f4, but then rook d4 maybe.
Rook d4 and you're not afraid to take on b4, yeah?
Not really. Maybe even on h4.
Maybe you're willing to take... Okay, b4, h4, yeah, something.
I mean,
You
this
take
actually
something.
looks pretty unpleasant for white. At least practically
I
speaking.
mean, might be... Yeah, might be problematic. Rook g2. Hang on a second. What's rook g2? Rook g2 kind of forces a draw, right? King f4, you give a check. King e5. No, it doesn't.
It just brings the king to c7, I guess.
Yeah, it brings the king where it wants to be.
Yeah.
And if you trade, it's not like you're making a draw. If you give it, it's a weird check on g2.
Weird check.
then.
But it's check, so
It's
she
a check,
couldn't
yeah.
resist.
It's a check. White doesn't have any reason to go to h3. King f4 played. No, but that was a really strange. Yeah, like rook d4 cut
Yeah,
the
Rook
king.
was doing a lot of stuff on the d file. So,
Yes, having the rook on d file was kind of cool. Plus, you could combine, so having it on d file and on the fourth rank at the same time.
Rook e2 now.
So it's a check, king goes, and rook e2. Maybe it does force a draw after all, because rook's not moving much. I mean, you can go to h5 technically. No, but then rook f2 and rook takes f6. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So rook's not moving. The king can go to g file, after which you have a check. If you move the knight, then maybe some
King
bishop.
g4 maybe?
Ah,
King g4, a6, right?
King g4 going here. You mean b6, yeah?
b6, yeah, sorry, and then bishop d7.
b6, yeah. And then this is the moment you get optimistic, because you have this check, and then rook e5, and
Right.
and you are set. Rook to h5.
Yeah, but then rook f2.
Wait a
right?
second, and what's... Is that a
No,
move?
I can go back, right?
Back? Not quite, because rook f2.
I mean, rook e5, yeah.
Rook e5, yeah, but then that's what we have, right? So I mean, the game continues, and
Yes.
maybe not even that. Hang on a second.
Oh, she just played rook
that-
f2 anyways.
she did play rook f2. No, but now I'm actually willing. Okay, if not to bet on Gurina, but
King e5.
the evaluation of
Okay, this way, yeah. It's getting worse and worse. If I remove for white. After king e5, I would say now it's must. Although king e5, king g6, right? Traps through. Okay, so this was actually a nice trap by Gurina.
But now isn't black just better?
Yeah, this is unpleasant for sure.
Takes. The king's cut off. There might be some threats of like going b6, cutting the knight away. I mean, some study-like ideas. Even the rook is not all that mobile on h5. You probably have to go back with the rook, just to make sure that it's not getting into any danger. It's incredibly. Those games are incredibly long, surprisingly. Not that long. 66 moves here, 69 moves in Kashlinska's game.
How's she doing?
I think she's winning.
Yeah, and surprisingly no checks for black right after. I mean d7 and then taking h3.
Queen f1.
King g4.
King g4. That also works. I mean, why not?
Most likely, yeah.
Why not? Yeah, just go to g2. You also have the b pawn, I mean, if you need. Yeah, Kashlinskaya wins, finally. So 2 wins for white. So far, Kashlinskaya beats Galyamova, Guseva wins against Bodnaruk, and Gurina still playing. Okay, check on the third rank, king g4. The rook was on f6, yes, so she gave a check, forced the king here, and b6, yeah. Of course Gurina's playing for a win. Of course she's playing.
I mean, she literally hates the draws. Like, there's something in the world that you hate. Like everyone.
Yeah, I mean,
every person has a
every
thing
person
to hate,
has the thing that he hates or she hates with all the passion. Yeah.
Yeah.
So in Gurina's case, it's draws,
which is a bit weird for a chess player, but I think that actually really hurts your career.
Yeah, I mean, if we are serious, obviously the fighting spirit is something good, and that's a lot of players, modern strong players, getting criticism for a lack of thereof.
Right.
Yeah, so like okay, if he could add a little
Rook
bit more.
e6, bishop. What was rook e6? I'm sorry.
Rook e6 is the move. Rook e6. What's going on now?
Yeah, what's going on exactly?
What's going on?
Like, even with so little material, they still managed to produce some action.
I know, king f3,
Yeah,
bishop e6, you take
No,
a6.
but can I just take on d7?
King e6, king f3, king
King
d7.
g4.
You run after that
King
one,
c6,
yeah,
king
yeah.
h5, king b5, king h6, king b4,
Yeah,
king
no,
g6.
you're
I'm
faster.
first, yeah.
You're faster. I mean, I always have this, right? If anything,
You do, but then I just take on a6. I think it should be fine, right?
that's what she does. Takes on a6. Yeah, the knight will escape. It will be a draw. It will be a draw.
So I remember the game from the World Cup, Kostyuk-Gunina, when Gunina was completely winning, and then at some point, it became more or less equal. And she could have forced a draw like 20 times, and
Kept playing, kept avoiding draw.
yeah, and just lost the game.
Yeah, happens. And especially, this kind of style, it might work for you when you're like in a perfect shape, perfect form,
Mhm.
but if something not going your way, so typically this kind of not very energy efficient thing that usually you just fall apart.
Yeah, we should show the line: bishop d5, king h5, king g7, knight c7.
Knight c7 and a check.
Yeah.
Which all of a sudden is a checkmate. We are moving in this direction. Bishop d7's played.
That's a nice little provocative move.
It's actually a question. No, I mean, come on.
you
Come
can-
on.
you can
It
win
can't
this.
really. You can't lose this, right? I mean, you can. If you go b5, bishop b5, you've lost, right?
Right.
If you go knight b8,
But then
bishop
bishop b5.
b5.
Yeah. But knight c7 is
Two
simple
lines.
enough, I think, right?
2 lines.
Yeah, and there's just no need for white to go to h5 at all.
Yeah, of
F4.
course. You go to f4. Your opponent has
I would take white now. I mean, we are a pawn up technically, and say bishop e6, knight c7, bishop e3, knight a8, something like that. I mean, of course it's a draw, but
Yeah, especially if Gunina will continue to play for a win, which he probably does in this.
I think so. Actually,
This
how
one.
do you get the knight out? b5?
b5, yeah.
But this is like the last moment for, not the last, but
Yeah, okay. Let's specify that kind of knight c7 it'd be silly.
this way you actually lose
Knight
the
a8,
Right.
king c6, h5.
Bishop e8
No, you go b5.
or
You,
b5.
you saved the pawn. Oh wait.
But bishop
Yeah,
e8
bishop e8 wins as
Wins as
well.
well.
Yeah, wins as well. So I'm one tempo short, kind of. And next move you play h5. Yeah. Oh, funny. Funny, but there is still a way to lose. Yeah, b5's clever. King d6. Who's playing for win? I mean,
Gunin is playing for win for sure. I'm not sure about Gira, but
Laguna certainly plays for win.
Yeah.
King d6 played. Now, yeah, if
In
you play
fact-
b4, you lose. So you need to
but
play
yeah, you
knight
don't play
b4.
I mean, this is
Still, like, yeah, I
some
agree.
life in the position, right?
Yeah, it's like Gudina is playing for a win, and for a change, rightfully so. Yeah, so if anyone has chances, it's black, because white knight on a6 is really, really awkward. Knight b4, okay.
So are we taking it now?
Well, Well, king c5 is kind of an alternative.
Actually,
I
bishop
don't know what.
e6, I think.
Bishop
is
e6 is an alternative to take this first.
Yeah, because
So
b5
actually,
will fall,
that's
right?
clever. Yeah, bishop e6 is clever. But she misses it. And something happened to Aleksandr, I have to say, because, yeah, I mean, the time trouble, everything, but seems like she completely lost control. Completely lost control in this time trouble. So what do we do now?
Well, knight c2 maybe? I want to go like knight e3, knight g4, and counterattack somehow.
Oops. So we desperately need to eliminate the h-pawn, of course.
And 4 seconds on the clock for her, so... And she just made a move of 4 seconds, and her hand movement wasn't very calm.
That's possible. You go knight d4 and knight f5, yeah. King c5. Okay. Now king f5 loses. King g4 loses a pawn apparently, like check, and go to f5, go back, bishop d1. I mean, it starts...
This is probably just lost. No?
That's... Yeah. I mean, it starts to be really annoying, especially with those seconds on the clock.
I agree.
King e5. Okay. Okay. So what do we do now? Bishop d3 is kind of tempting, yeah. Knight d3. So knight d3, and you want the... Maybe bishop d3 is just silly. Maybe you should look for... Or...
I mean, where do you go?
Bishop e8, you have king f6, right?
Still knight a3.
Yeah, probably bishop d3, yeah. Bishop e2. Bishop e2. Again, you go bishop d1.
So knight e3 has to be played, I think.
Knight e3 has to be played.
And then b5, I guess.
b5, king f6. Now you probably have to play h5, or I will play h5, and it'll be the only pawn remaining.
Is it a draw?
We'll figure out.
Yeah, I'm not so sure.
Figure it out. Okay, all in all, Guninan, for the time being, deserves the credit for, for
Absolutely,
trying.
yeah.
Deserves credit for trying. It's already quite a long game, yeah? 76 moves, and Gunina, what else can she do? The b5, yeah? That's what we... b5, and you want king b4. What she does is king b4 immediately, but that's just a draw. Right? Yeah, I mean, I don't quite understand what was that. Knight d5. Back to c5 maybe. But it doesn't make any sense.
What does it achieve? Yeah.
Wait a second. It's already not quite the same. Already not quite the same. Look, b4 check after king c5. And you can't go here because knight c3. You probably don't want to go here because same knight c3, so you go to c4, trade the pawns.
Did she miss knight d5?
Yeah, looks like she completely...
Yeah, this could be the case. I mean, this is the
6 hour play, yeah.
Yeah, so that's...
Everyone is somewhat tired. But yeah, people tend to miss things, but not... I thought not that kind of things. I mean, if you're stubborn, if you go king a5, then after b4, you figure out you have to go king a6, and after knight c3, white might be,
So she
takes knight b6, and... Okay, now Gira's gonna start hunting the h-pawn, and, The good thing is, whenever white finally manages to take on h5, I presume the pawn will be on h5. Black, by that point, has to be close to f8 with his king. But yeah, but you said it's kind of a modern fashion to play everything till the very end. But I
Right.
believe those ladies they used to do so long time ago. 97. Maybe there is a chance. Nice is a knight is a tricky piece.
I mean,
That's like what?
is that winning with the king on a1? I guess it is.
King on a like the king on a1, which is not trying to run
Right.
towards the
Exactly.
h point. Yeah. Then maybe it is. Yeah, you take h5.
That's like the only chance, literally.
Yeah. Because diagonals are not that long, right? Like you want this, right? The king gets to g5. You get the knight, well, to e5, let's say, and doesn't matter what the bishop is. You either go to g4 or g6, right? You cross h5, you get to h6, and the history repeats itself. But by the time you've done all that, the king will be, still close, even starting from a1.
Yeah, and here knight f6, king c6, king f5,
Yeah.
even
King
h5,
d6,
right?
yeah.
Oh,
I
king
mean,
d6, yeah.
King d6,
King d6,
you just
h5.
have to sneak.
You're
in.
actually right in time to take to
Wait,
go
so-
for the
yeah,
pawn.
King b5. So that. Wait, it's white to move. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that.
King d5.
King d5.
Oh, it's king d5.
Come on.
Yeah, we praised Gunina for her fighting spirit, but here it's a bit too much, I think.
h5. h5. The pawn has to be lost on h5 anyway, and then you have to be sure that you. Right, play h5. Wait. And here you're on time with one tempo to spare, right? It can be white to move and still you're winning. I mean, making a draw, king f8. Some bishop g4. Okay. You can still lose. Can go h5, knight g4 resigns, yeah, because this king is in the square and this isn't. Right? I'm just illustrating that I know.
You can
how
lose
the-
as white as well if you play knight f7 now.
You can lose his white if you don't play king e4, maybe.
No, I mean,
Yeah,
not
I
on
mean,
this
it'll-
push, but
it'll
on
take
the
some
position on the
more,
board. If knight
Knight
f7,
f7, it's a check, yeah. Yeah, king e5, bishop f7, just on time. Come on. Will we see another twist? Because somehow Gunina is not... I mean, she's not bringing the king closer, and she's not playing h5, which amazes me. I mean,
honestly, I wouldn't really rush with h5. Like, let
if you're enjoying the game, so let white force you to play.
yes,
h5. Yeah, I
exactly. Bishop
understand.
e2 is what I would play. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
once the king comes to e6, and then go king c5 or whatever.
That's.
Or
I mean,
so.
I don't know what makes you play this one. Maybe Gunina has some kind of history of losing elementary endings. I mean, that's
But-
my only guess.
Yeah, but not that elementary.
Not that elementary. Yeah, yeah. We all have skeletons in our cupboard, right? I mean, yeah. Once in a while, you have to lose a drawish endgame. That's nothing. I mean, nothing surprising, but it's not that kind of endgame. You don't actually have to do anything, right? So you move the bishop here and there. When the king starts running, you go to f8. Even Magnus would not play this. Is it a bold statement? Even
I think
Magnus.
it is. Yeah.
Even Magnus would not try to play it for a win. Have a question. Is it a draw?
Yeah, looks like it.
Nah. King e6. King f5. 94 and 93. And king f5, right?
King d4.
Ah, no, you're
Still
still on time. Okay. So now, of course, bishop e2. Okay, okay. But what's then? Yeah.
Now king d5. So
King e5, opposition.
shouldering, right? That's the term.
Shouldering. F3 seems a bit
Suspicious.
insecure. Yeah, seems a bit insecure, this square. So now you have to make sure that you put the king on dark squares, right? That's one of the secrets that I've learned, that you keep your valuables in kind of on the squares of different colors, and
that's pretty
then
cool.
there is no fork. I mean,
I didn't think about it. Never
no,
thought about it.
that's kind of a mechanism. I don't know. Someone told me, like in Blitz. I mean, well, especially like your opponent has knight pawns, you have queen pawns,
Right.
this kind of things. I mean, make sure that your king and queen are always on the opposite color squares, and then there is zero chance. There is zero chance.
Great
blundering.
blitz advice for sure. Yeah.
There is zero chance blundering the fork. Because, yeah, I mean, the common advice is to keep the king and queen far away, but sometimes it's not very efficient, right? You have to keep the queen far away and so on, and then you can come as close as you want, just make sure they're on different colors. King e5. And that's one...
King e5 hasn't been played.
No,
Because if
it's-
king
it's
e5, the
R
king
now.
comes closer, and we don't want to allow that as well.
We don't want to allow that. King d6 instead, and again bishop f3. Knight f4, bishop f3 now. But white is in Zugzwang then. You can go knight g6 hoping for king c4, right?
In the event it's a draw, right?
No, but this cannot be a draw anymore.
Why not?
Or it is. Actually kind of easy, yeah? That, and then you go to g3. No, it's not. Finally.
Finally, we found one line where black is
Yeah.
losing.
No, he's not. Still, I mean, everyone's tired. I'm tired.
So it's actually
you can blunder the
technically,
bishop.
yeah, you can blunder the bishop and it's still not losing. So
Okay, king e5, king c6. Come on, Olga. There is
Speed up.
nothing to do apart from missing the luxurious dinner in the hotel. No, really. I mean, how serious are you playing such positions? I mean, even like, rook, drawish rook endgame pawn up. I can imagine. Okay, not the Philidor thing, but sometimes like the long distance or and a frontal attack. I mean, you can trick. Here it's basically you're implying that your opponent grandmaster will blunder a piece in one move.
that's not enough.
Sometimes it won't be enough. Yeah. If you have kind of a special taste for stalemating your opponent, you can, but do it fast. Go to g5, take on h5, and in 5 moves it will be a stalemate. 5 million rubles, they say. That's prize fund in women's section.
Yeah, but you need
And
to play this on if you want to earn them.
Yeah.
How many times has Gunina won the championship? 2 at least, right?
2 for sure. And must be more.
Yeah.
Must be more. But
Olga won once, I think.
Olga won once in, what was it? Satka? Something like 4 years ago, right? Who's the most titled? Goriachkina won already 3 times?
I think Goriachkina or Gunina, yeah. One of them.
Kostenyuk, interestingly, she probably won twice, yeah? I mean, we'll have to check. Okay. And what now? So the thing is that, the trick is that we are not taking here. We could take, but we're not taking. We're giving check.
But if the king goes to f7,
the king goes to f7.
just
Finally,
taking.
we take. Finally, we take.
and now
And now Gunina
Bishop
plays
d1.
bishop d1. Yeah. And what? And we play till the end? No. No. Move 93. King takes h5. It's a draw, and it concludes the round. Usually they say women's tournament has more decisive games, but that's not the case for round number 1. So in both sections we have 2 results. So 2 wins for white in women's section. The leaders are Guseva and Kashlinskaya, overtaking Bodnaruk and Galyamova respectively. And in the open section, Fedoseev, who won and was kind enough to analyze his game a little, and Alexeenko, who won. Nice game at the end. Yeah, running with the king. And
yeah, he wasn't that kind to join us.
well, we didn't ask him. I mean, he's a very good
But
guy.
they are actually playing each other tomorrow. Fedoseev is white, so
So it will be like immediately. I mean, it's a little bit unusual, right? So because very often it doesn't make sense to check the standing after round 1, because okay, some people won, some people. We only have 2 leaders, and tomorrow they're playing each other.
right.
So after only 2 rounds, if this finishes with one of the players' victories,
we may
victory,
have
we may have a
leader.
sole leader
Yeah.
after only 2 rounds in a men tournament, where typically you have a lot of draws and co-leading till, I don't know, round 5 or something. All right. So, thanks very much for following us, ladies and gentlemen. It wasn't an easy day. Let me be honest.
As always.
Yeah, I've arrived today, just a few hours before the start. So hopefully tomorrow will be more energy. We'll be fresh. We'll be, shorter, and at the same time more entertaining games. Yeah. Thanks so much.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Alex, and see you
Thank
guys
you.
tomorrow the same time.
Меня зовут Юрий Львович Аверба. Мне 97,5 лет. По профессии я гроссмейстер, старейший гроссмейстер мира. Когда мне было 12 лет, я прочел всего Шекспира. И это мне доставило большое удовольствие. Я считал, что английский язык – это язык будущего. И не ошибся. Огромную роль шахматы приносят детям, которые начинают изучать иностранный язык. В результате они овладевают языком и одновременно овладевают шахматами. Если ты хочешь оставить след в жизни, ты должен создать что-то. Надеюсь дожить до 100 лет и издать еще 2 книги.
Там, где Европа встречается с Азией. Башкортостан – крупнейший современный центр нефтегазодобычи и нефтехимии. Территория мощной энергетики, большого металла и передовой фармацевтики. Мы поднимаем в небо лучшие в мире самолеты и вертолеты. Столица Башкортостана – город Уфа. Мы стремимся к победам и побеждаем.